Just a moment, please start with our lap hands down there, please. So lap hands down to pull there. Thank you. Welcome to session 3 of the 2025 annual Victorian Age Long Course Championship. Your referees for this session are male events in Edmonton, and for the female events, Adrian Maloney. Starters, Len Haney for the male events and Jamie Arnold for the female events, and your technical director, Sally White.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. I'm Nick Findyson, alongside me is Kelly Marsh for this morning's heat session.
After a pretty exciting night of finals last night, another Victorian record taken and some really great, exciting relay swims to top off the night.
Yeah, we've got an action-packed morning. We've had some great 800s yesterday morning, and a lot of those 15-year-olds are backing up for a 400 freestyle this morning, following on from the 1500s that are going to kick off the action for our 12 and 13-year-olds. We also have some great action in the girls 17 and 18-year-olds 100 butterfly. MLC teammates Isabel Osborne and Alana are going to be going head-to-head with Giselle Davies also challenging them. 16-year-old 100 freestyle, we've got the boys and Sam Walsh and Harry Heath who are going to be battling out for that top seed heading into the finals tonight, with Alicia Clark looking to consolidate her place in the female events as our first event of the morning. Event 37, the mixed 12, 13, 1500 freestyle is now on the blocks. So this is a timed final. We have 2 heats. These timed finals for these distance events are some fastest heat first. And we have 4 races going on within the one race here. So it's a mixed 12-13. The medals will be awarded for the boys, 12-year-olds, the girls, 12-year-olds, the boys 13-year-olds and the girls 13-year-olds.
And it is quite a mixed heat here as well. We do have a couple of those female athletes challenging the boys in the centre lanes there. So Hope Christian, we've got Amy Bai and Elsa Wang all swimming out of heat 1, which is good to see.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity for the distance athletes with these mixed events. It helps to ensure that they're going to have closer races during the event. So obviously the more athletes that are in your heat get a chance to race. Obviously we don't have as many heats of a 1500 as we have as a 50. So it is good to have competition when you're competing. So they're just settling down through that first 100 as they start to find their rhythm. So once they've completed this first 100, now the aim will be for the next 1400 metres. Essentially
28 laps there.
Yeah, trying to hold that same speed for each 50. Repeat those 50s after 50 after 50. And the best swimmers are the ones that are able to maintain that speed throughout 1500, not having those couple of 50s here and there where the speed drops off.
Particularly through the middle of the race, we really want to make sure we stay consistent. And that's why you'll see along the sides of the pool some of those teammates, coaches, giving that little bit of a wave, just that bit of encouragement when you might slightly start falling off pace to get back on it.
And these all swimmers have been practicing in training, trying to hold these paces that they want to set. Our couple of leaders going out have started to settle around that 35-second speed per 50, so we'll see how they're able to maintain it. They've just slipped to 36, so we'll see from 36 if they can maintain a 36, that's sort of 112 average per 100. They'll be definitely on for a big PB. And Harry is looking nice and comfortable in the lead. He always has that nice long smooth stroke with those high elbows, keeps his kick going nice and strong, whereas Thomas is probably more that traditional distance swimmer where he's got a bit more high stroke rate, not as much going on with the legs as he's balancing. So again, Harry's just looking nice and relaxed. And I'm sure Harry's done a fair bit of work with his coach on his stroke count, making sure that his stroke count and stroke rate are consistent throughout this 1500. As you're did a fair few 1500s in your time, what's kind of the focus that you'll be thinking about on those things like stroke count, stroke rate as you're going through a 1500?
It's all about efficiency. You want to not let that stroke rate get out of control and tire you out too early on. But you have to be able to trust in your training. So these athletes, they do this day in and day out. They know what they're capable of, and they just need to put it into play on race day. And that's what's occurring at the moment. They're trusting in their training. You can see Thomas O'Toole there. He's got that higher stroke rate. He knows he can maintain it. He will have done it over and over. So just sticking with what you know and playing to your strengths. If you've got a super strong kick that you know you can maintain for a whole 1500, you're going to use it. You're going to go for it. If you know that you need to lay off the legs early on and then you have the strength to bring them in later, you've got to play to your race strategy. And that's another thing that's going to be a hugely important part of this race. It is that strategy. How are you breaking it down? If you're looking at it from the perspective of, I'm about to swim 30 laps, not so enjoyable. So how are we going to break it up? How are we going to set our focuses so that we don't go thinking about what's going on back home and what I'm having for dinner and all those little intrusive thoughts that pop in during the middle of a 1500.
Especially for our 12, 13-year-old athletes, this is possibly their second or third 1500. Not many will have done more than that. So they're still definitely learning how to put that, what they've been putting in training, into practice in a race, and whether they realise, in a race environment I can lift beyond what I was doing in training, or I need to make sure that I conserve a little bit more. I got too excited the first time I did it and went out a little bit hard, or whatever it is.
Absolutely. I think what we mostly tend to see when we have our younger athletes race these distance events is all those little things we tell them at training tend to show up in this race. So every time You have a coach telling you you're gliding too long into the wall. When you put it into a 1500 and start to get tired, those little mistakes are going to start creeping in, and you'll get out and rewatch it and go, that's what my coach has been talking about the whole time, when they repeat themselves over and over.
Yeah, I definitely think a good thing for any young athlete is to think that their worst habits are what shows up on race day. So at training, you need to try and make your worst habits good, because then if your worst habits are good, you're going to put in a good performance on race day with those skills. Because those skills, especially over a 1500, it's a lot of turns, it's a lot of streamlines, it's a lot of strokes. They all add up. And not only, it's not 0.3 of a second by the end of the race, it could be 30 seconds by the end of the race, 40 seconds by the end of the race.
100%. And it's all about just making it easier. You know, all those skills, they're not necessarily making you faster, but they're not slowing you down. And that's what's going to be beneficial in the long run.
Yeah, I like that terminology, making it easier, in terms of, I think I like to call us all experts at effort minimalisation. But basically, if you can make it easier, you're going to maintain your speed and you're going to end up going faster, trying less, which to me sounds like a good win. So through that first 600, our leading 3 athletes all turned under the 6:10 barrier, so they've got entry times in the 18 minutes. So far, they're a long way under that target speed through that first 500. Because obviously you can break this 1500 into 3 different parts. That first 100, you get a little bit of free, easy speed before you settle in. But if you can sort of think about breaking into thirds, target time a little bit under what you want to be for a third of the race distance through that 500. As Thomas has just started to extend his lead, holding it in that 36-second range, as Harry's dropped to just over 37 seconds over the last 100.
Yeah, and we're just starting to see, I noticed on that one, a few more of those green times coming up on our scoreboard here at MSAC. That means that they are increasing their speed. One of those athletes is that centre lane there, Hantang Wang from Nunawading Swimming Club. He does have the fastest entry time coming into this, and he's just starting to close that gap as they come up to getting close to that halfway mark now. So he's just starting to put the little burners on and creep back into this race.
Yeah, it's actually a great feature, the addition of those red or green or orange numbers next year on your splits coming up. I know that as a personal who managed to look at a scoreboard even during a 200-metre race, that I would have loved this extra feature, because it gave you that feedback. Okay, am I on the speed that I feel like I'm on? And during a 1500, is sometimes you do need that little outside point to just correct you and direct you back in where you should be. Interesting then, all 3 of them are a little bit faster on the way down the pool than they were on the way back the pool, which is, sometimes you think through that 100, you're like, okay, I want to try and build each 100, so you're keeping that momentum going, and that can lead to sort of negative splitting on the return journey. Other times you want to go every time you come off the wall. Some of the athletes might be thinking, okay, new 100, let's go, and then on the way back they're settling down into a bit more of a rhythm.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of different race strategies. I know for a lot of my athletes, particularly at this age, that 3 500s way of breaking it up is a really easy and simple way of doing it, and just having one main focus for each one. So the first one is probably just rhythm. I really like to set it up, find good rhythm and just hold rhythm. And then the second 500, we do want to start to build. You want to feel like you're trying to go a bit faster, and that's when you tend to hold that same time. That more effort under fatigue is going to kind of even out there. And then the last 500, that's where we really start to bring in the legs a lot more, try and increase that stroke rate while still holding the water. You don't want to spin the wheels, because that's just going to be very, very tiring in a 1500.
Yeah, Thomas O'Toole, so through that 800-metre mark in a 9:41, it's a nice, strong first 800 for our 12-year-old athlete from Ringwood. And his stroke rate hasn't changed from that first 50. He's just keeping that stroke rate nice and high. As now Harry and Hutang are right next to each other and sort of staring each other down as they're going down the pool.
can just kind of notice Thomas there. He's almost gone into those training habits, sitting on that lane rope up and down the pool. So really easy when you do kilometres and kilometres, and that's what it looks like at training, to kind of stick to that lane rope. And then the boys in lanes 4 and 5 here, they're actually come onto the same lane rope, so really close together, trying to get a nice little ride there, I think. Huntang just sitting on the hip of Harry.
And you definitely can feel that effect from the lane next to you. Just that little bonus pull along you get, especially when you get up around that hip level, it makes a big difference. And Thomas probably won't realise he's circling the lane. It's a subconscious thing. It sounds silly with the dark blue line. It's never a black line. The dark blue line underneath you, when you're following it along, you think, oh, it's easy, I'll just swim straight on top of it. But because of the sort of natural turning mechanism you do in training, when you've got multiple people in your lane, you naturally turn and push off on just a slight angle to make way for the person coming in behind you. And that's hard to correct on race day.
Now, we've been kind of talking a lot about the boys here, but if we take a little step back, the girls' race that's going on at the moment is super, super close. So between Hope Christian there and Elsa Wang, 7th and 8th in this heat, but they are our leading girls, and there's only 4 100ths of a second, I should say, between them right now. So super close. They're on opposite sides of the pool, but they would have a bit of an idea going into this race where the other girls are, and they'll be keeping an eye out for one another and trying to really see what they can do in this second half.
Yeah, they definitely would have. If I was in their possession, I would have checked out where my competition was, what lane they were swimming in, and off the wall when you're pushing off, as you're rotating back onto your front, you'll be able to have a sneak peek over the other side, see where they are, and if you're breathing that direction, you will be able to notice. You won't necessarily be able to pick out exactly who it is, but you'll definitely know, okay, someone in the lane that I know roughly I need to be beating or competing against is right up alongside me at the moment. And they have been sitting next to each other for the majority of the first 1,000. And both of them are keeping just a nice steady kick going. And Hope does have the benefit of having Titus right alongside her, so that's giving her a little push along without having to look all the way over to Elsa in lane 8. Thomas continues at that nice high tempo through the 1100. Another 36-second lap for him. Huntang has now moved clear of Harry for second. But again, Huntang and Harry aren't actually racing each other in terms of racing for medals. So Thomas and Harry are both 12 years old. Huntang is a 13-year-old athlete. So we've got a couple of different races going on here. It's always important to remember that. So our 12-year-olds are currently setting the standard in our opening heat of the mixed 12 to 13 1500 freestyle. Where Elsa and Hope are still going stroke for stroke.
So the girls there, 400 metres left. We hope to start seeing that little bit of an increase in speed. I always like those last 4 100s, those last 3 100s, almost to be like a descent set. You know, this is how we do it at training quite often. You'll see athletes, 3 100ths left of your main set. All right, let's pick up the speed and try and go a little bit faster on each one, and then we'll try and replicate that within the race.
And you definitely see Thomas, while he doesn't have a strong kick, he's definitely, over this last couple of 100 metres, you see his feet pop up just every now and again. So he's obviously trying to bring those legs in a little bit more to increase his speed through this last 400.
I think I'd love to see what his stroke rates were, because they've just been super consistent throughout this whole race, and that's a great skill to have in such a young athlete, and hopefully he can just progress that on and on throughout the next few years.
And to do that, he needs to make sure he's doing it in training, getting feedback from his coach, and whether that's his stroke count for each lap of training, getting stroke rates when he's doing some race pace sets so he can feel what it feels like, and then go into the race and being able to practice what you've worked on. Again, Elsa and Hope, stroke for stroke, still not separated as they go through the 1100, with Thomas now through 1300. So the girls are through 1200, Thomas is through 1300.
This is the part of the race where I feel like Thomas, he's got such a lead now. He's going to start trying to rope in those other athletes and see if he can catch any of them. And that's what his new sights will be set on. Sometimes it can get a little bit difficult when you're so out the front by yourself. Whereas now there's a few people he might just be able to see, getting a little bit closer, see if he can overtake them. Those little bit of motivational spurts here and there. Just going to help him throughout this last 200 metres.
Well, you definitely saw him over the last 100 size up Amy in lane 7, who's also putting together a good swim, and go, let's chase her down. And now he's probably going, okay, who's my next target? Who's my next target? Who can I catch up with? And whether that's catching up to them or just getting closer to them, passing them at the 15-metre mark instead of the 20-metre mark of the lap. As the girls are now turning through the 1300, and where they've extended their margin to almost half a second.
It's still super close between them as Thomas O'Toole, he gets the bell now. What a sweet, sweet sound in a 1500. 2 laps left to race.
And he's definitely starting to bring those legs in, and his tempo's probably picked up again. So it's really nice high stroke rate. Getting a little bit short as he tries to get that tempo going.
He's been holding around that 36 mark. So if we consider that he comes back in that time, it's going to be a massive, massive personal best. His entry time there, 18:58, so almost 19 minutes, you can say, and he's going to be well under that here. So a great swim from Thomas O'Toole this morning as he hits the wall for his final 50.
Picked it up to a 35.6 on that lap, so definitely that increase in kick and stroke rate has helped him in this last 100. And he's trying to chase down those athletes on his outside and see how close he can get to them in this last 50. Does look like Elsa has just extended her lead in the battle with Hope. But Thomas is going to take this opening heat out in a nice PB of 18:13.19.
A big smile on his face as well. What an effort there.
Huntang also swims under his personal best, so he's currently leading the battle of our 13-year-old boys. As our girls are well and truly into their last 100 now, both of them bringing the legs and sneaking glances at each other at opposite sides of the pool. And Elsa's extended her lead ever so slightly as they've both dropped into that 30-second speed for this last 100, but it is going to be a battle over this last 25. Titus alongside Hope has really accelerated, so that might bring Hope back up in front of Elsa in this last 25. And Hope has gone past Elsa with 15 metres to go.
She's losing her cap as well, so she'll be doing everything she can to get to that wall quickly now.
And it is Hope who comes into touch just ahead of Elsa in our battle of our 13-year-old girls.
And then rounding out that heat, Amy, one of our 12-year-old girls, so her time there, 19:41.07, will be the time to meet by the girls in this second and final heat of 1,500 12, 13-year-olds this morning.
As an athlete, you definitely have to be on the ball with these multi-age group events. If you're someone who worries about your place more than your time, you do need to know who your competitors are and what they're doing and where they are and what lane they're in and what heat they're in.
I think with the youngsters, that's definitely something that's on the cards. They're always wondering, who's my competition?
And it's great to have that competitive streak in you. I think we all enjoy that.
It doesn't stop after you leave either.
No. And again, we're following in the footsteps of his teammate. Jaden is getting out to a nice, strong start here in this opening 100. It almost looks like he's going from 100-metre time. There is
just thinking that.
No way that he can maintain this. If he maintains this, I'll be incredibly impressed.
You know, some athletes do like to attack the front end, and this is definitely that. Maybe he was just inspired.
I hope he didn't think he was doing a 200 and just got a little bit excited, because his 200 will probably be coming later in the meet. He has settled down into a rhythm now. But again, that's a bit of... Look, he's put 10 metres on the rest of the field, and they're going to have to work and fight to get that back. You do, in that first 50, you got... As long as you don't overdo it, it's kind of free speed. So you might as well use it. If you dive in and just sort of start off really steady, you lose that speed and you never get the opportunity to gain it back later.
It can be a little bit of mind games. I think if you've got that much of a lead after 100 metres, a few people in the race might be questioning, am I just going slow? What is happening this morning?
But he definitely now looks like he's settling down into his rhythm that he's going to try and maintain through the next 1,350 metres. Again, he's another one of our athletes that has that nice, high, sort of traditional high elbow stroke, keeping a 2 to a 4 beat kick going, breathing every second stroke. That's the other thing about in a 1500, you'd have to work out those breathing patterns and what works for you and what's comfortable. See, a lot of our athletes breathing every second stroke. Some of them will sort of do a 2-2-3, 2-2-3, because they like to breathe to both sides to help to even their stroke out. Others will breathe the left side on the way down, right side on the way back. It is all about personal preference and what works for you. With that 10-metre lead that he established in that first 100, he has maintained it through this next 100. With Miller moving into second place. Miller is in our 13-year-old girls category. Her brother won the 800 yesterday.
I was about to say, following in the footsteps of her brother, who absolutely went out flying in that 800 and just held on so well. It was a fantastic performance. Some good distance genetics in that family.
It's good that they give it a go, because I'm positive that we don't discover all our distance athletes, because a few of them are too scared to give it a go.
There is that allurement of the Cam McAvoy approach, I think. Sprints, gym.
I think if we were all 50-metre freestyles, we probably might all be happier, but we need to sometimes realise that that's not our strong suit. And the 1500 is a great event, and we've got a very proud history in both male and female over the distance events. He's starting to look better, I reckon, Jaden, as he's sort of settled into his pace. He's starting to be caught a little bit. It's just slightly under the 10-metre mark that he has from that early 100, but he's found his rhythm, got into the pace that he wants to maintain for the remainder of this 1500. As the girls are starting to creep up on him. So that's Miller from Traralgon, who is a 13-year-old, and Madeline from Surrey Park, who is also 13. So they're getting that head-to-head racing right next to each other.
Just taking a look at Miller's kick on screen at the moment. It's super, super speedy and really consistent. So obviously that's one of her strengths. She's playing towards that. keeping it right at the surface, that little flutter kick. You'll notice a few of the other athletes, Benjamin Collins, I can see on screen at the moment, just more of that two-beat kick, keeping the legs at the top but floating along behind. So a few different strategies in the pool there.
And obviously to do what Miller is being able to do, keeping that nice strong kick going, she must be working those legs in training a lot, not just sort of going when turning every kick set into social kick. She must be making sure she's really working those legs, making sure it's fast kick. Kicking is one of those things that you can improve very quickly if you put the effort into it. It's a lot of the other skills are a lot of technique based, but kicking, you can be going from a not so great kicker to a strong kicker just by going, I'm going to really work on kicking fast. Every time I do a kick, really work those small fast feet, and then you slowly and over time you build that endurance in your legs so that you can do what Miller's doing and just maintaining that nice 6-speed kick throughout a 1500.
So they're still closing that gap that Jaden Zeng set early on in this race. Not too far behind Miller is Madeline Regalado Jones over in lane 1. So those two girls almost working together to creep up on Jaden here.
You could say that perhaps the girls had a smarter pacing strategy, but we'll see. We'll see what happens by the end of the race. We do know that the girls' maturity generally comes earlier than the boys. If our boys ever mature, and I'm counting myself there. But no, again, all three of our leaders here, they're looking nice and smooth, and they're consistent with their stroke rate, consistent with their stroke length, working off the wall. Although we're not trying to get out 8-9 metres off every wall, they're tight, streamlined, 1 or 2 dolphins, and then popping up, and those legs are going as they're breaking through the surface, which is something that I love to see.
Yeah, me too. It's something I talk about almost every time we watch these distance races. And learning those skills so early on, they're just going to be able to hone them as they get older and older. So that's really great to see. We've got a couple more of those 12-year-olds within this heat, particularly the girls. Keep an eye on Raina Snyder's there and Isabel O'Rourke. Those two, they'll be trying to chase down Amy's time from Heat 1, 1941. See if they can get themselves a little bit higher on that medal podium.
So it's now down to just 2 body lengths, so just ever so slowly closing down between Jaden and Miller, with Madeline sticking with Miller, not letting her get away.
I also feel like the athletes on this side of the pool are just starting to creep back into the race as well.
And it's actually fantastic in this heat, all the athletes have got like a little battle with someone else going on, so it's helping them to stay on target, keep that pace, maintaining their rhythm, keeping them honest. Because when they do this work in training, they'll often have a teammate beside them when they're doing their repeat 50s or 100s or 200s or however they break their distance work down. They'll have someone alongside them that swims a similar speed. So it's always great then when you come to a race, you've got someone right up alongside you through the 1500 to sort of give yourself that same feel as your teammate in training. Again, Miller and Madeline just taking 0.1 out of Jaden on that 50 again. With Benjamin starting to look strong over this side of the pool. From Flyers. He's just keeping that nice rhythm going.
Yeah, he was the one that was super light on the legs early on, so we're hoping to see him maybe start to bring them in that last quarter of the race. Just saving up.
So we're through halfway now into the second half of this event. So this is sort of this next 400 is often where the big moves are made. Sort of if people get to halfway, they start to settle in a little bit. But if you can keep that pressure on, you can really start to put a bit of distance between yourself and your competitors. And it does look like Benjamin has done that over the last 100. He's come up alongside Mattioli, and it looks like he's going to move into third through this 800-metre turn. A nice strong 37.4 on that 50 to help bump him up. He's now setting his targets on Jaden and Miller, seeing if he can close down to them. Okay. These athletes all had an entry time sort of from that 19:30 mark out to just over 20 minutes. So the speed that we're setting out in front, if we're maintaining these 50s at that sort of 37-second mark, we're definitely on for some large PBs. And that's why we're not quite as consistent in this heat, probably as the first heat, about maintaining those 50s. We're sort of jumping from 37s to 38s, 39s, then back to 37. And that's all about practice and getting used to what it feels like to maintain your speed through a 1500. Because by the 850-metre mark, it's starting to hurt, and that ability to maintain speed under fatigue is tough.
And it is so easy to get excited. We're at state championships. You're the first race, you know, up for the morning. You've just watched your teammate do such an awesome job. All of these things going on. It's quite easy to just get a little bit ahead of yourself, maybe push a bit too hard early on, and you'll be struggling and feeling that now, as we might be seeing a little bit of that going on here.
But Benjamin's starting to look really good, and those, while that's still a 2-beat kick, it's a little bit higher up in the water than it was before, so he's really been putting a conscious effort of making sure those legs are high up, so when he is using propulsion, he's getting value out of them, but they're not dragging when he's not using them and slowing him down. It is now a question of, is it going to be Miller who passes Jaden first, or is it going to be Benjamin? Because Miller continues to just sneak a little bit of ground every 100, getting closer and closer. It's now 3/4 of body length, but Benjamin's now almost up alongside Miller as well. Both Jaden and Miller, that kick has not changed since the start of the race. Well, maybe Jaden's first 50 was a little bit stronger, but after they settled down, Jaden's sort of keeping that 4 to a 6-beat kick, whereas Miller's got that 6-beat kick the whole time. When we're talking about the 6-beat kick, that means from the time that left hand enters to when it enters again, getting in 6 kicks. And Benjamin has now moved ahead of Miller, and Jaden seems to have responded to that.
I was about to say, he's just noticed Benjamin coming up alongside him. I don't think he was too concerned about Miller. Obviously, female athlete, male athlete. It doesn't matter who finishes where, but he has seen Benjamin all of a sudden, out of nowhere, what might feel like for him, all of a sudden he's side by side. So there's not a lot separating those two now.
And that's a skill that you do develop, because if you've got someone up alongside you the whole race, you can start to only focus on them, and you can be unaware of what's going on your other side. So it is good that he's noticed that Benjamin's coming at him and is trying to respond in kind and up his pace. But Benjamin, those legs are definitely working stronger from Benjamin in this second half of the race, and it looks like he's going to lead through here at the 1,100 metre mark. He has taken the lead. Now it's 37.6 on that 50 compared to 38s from Jaden Miller.
You can see on this lap, Jaden's breathing towards Benjamin, and that's when he's lifting. That's when he's going, I've got to put the motor on. And then on the way back, he doesn't have that same visual, so it's just dropping off a little bit. It is easier to kind of step back, not put the pressure on as much.
Yeah, he's definitely used that breathing towards his opponent as an advantage. I swam almost 2 seconds faster on that 50. We'll see if he can maintain that now. Hopefully, once he's picked up his speed, he's able to maintain it, because you'll get into that faster rhythm again. And it might be a skill that he needs to work on to be able to breathe to both sides, so he can keep looking at who's there. But that speed that he picked up in that previous 50 looks like he's been able to maintain this time. But Patrick, towards the end of the 50, starting to sneak back up on him again. So it's an interesting battle here as we've got 300 metres to swim. And again, they swam that 50 pretty much dead even. So we'll see what happens now that Jaden's looking back at Benjamin. And Miller is certainly not going away.
No, those three athletes have really separated themselves from the rest of the field now. They've kind of turned this into a bit of a three-horse race. The other guys just dropping away bit by bit on each of those last few 100s.
So again, Jaden, really good streamline off that wall. Got that one dolphin kick, popped up, those legs were going as he looks to re-accelerate, keeping that kick nice and strong. And as you can see, Ben's now, those legs are going. Still that two-beat kick, but just a little bit of a stronger effort on those legs. Is really noticeable compared to Ben in the first 500. In this last 500, much more coming out off his legs. So with 200 to go, there's still only a second and a half between them. So it's definitely anyone's game, and Miller's holding those 38 seconds splits time after time after time.
Yeah, she's been so consistent, and it'll be great for her to go back and look at those with her coach. And the way these athletes are going to improve those times is she's going to take those 38s, go back to training, and then go, right, next time we do sets, I'm holding 37s every time, and then be able to hold that. And you can drop big chunks off races just by those small increases.
Yeah, if it's only half a second per 50 over 30 50s, it adds up to a big chunk of time quickly. And that is one of the great things about giving these distance events a go. When you improve, you can take big chunks of time out of it. It's definitely very satisfying. But Jaden does look like that he's decided that this is his race. He set the pace right from that first 50, and he's been challenged from Miller and Madeline and now Benjamin, but he's not letting them get any closer. And he's really upping it to a 6-beat kick out of that last 100. When he heard the bell, he's sprinting almost as fast as he was in that first 100.
The bookends. Look, you can't say this kid does not have a big heart, because what a fantastic effort. He put it out there. He held on. He had a little sprint when he started to be caught again, settled back, and now he's just giving everything he has left for this final 100 metres.
So you notice that kick rate did drop off in that second 25 of that 50. So we'll see if he can maintain it all the way on this last 50. The 36.1, so it's a really good second last 50. Let's see if he can get under that 36-second mark for this last 50, as he's going to absolutely annihilate his personal best.
Look at that kick come back in here. What a way to finish a 1500.
Super strong swimming. Went out hard, stuck with it, and is going to be rewarded with a fantastic time, and just misses breaking the 19-minute barrier, but a fantastic swim. 19:00.44 with Ben in second. Also taking about 30 seconds off his entry time.
Just a small personal best.
Miller, again, just a lazy 30 seconds. That's the way we like to work it in this heat. Off her entry time of a 19:12. And I think that 19:12 is going to put her into first place amongst the 13-year-olds. With Madeline sneaking into second, just ahead of Hope from our previous heat.
So some fast swims from the girls out of heat 2 there. Raina Snyder's. She'll finish second, I believe, in the 12-year-old girls. And then Isabel on the far side of the pool. She's just coming in with 20 metres left to swim.
And she's definitely picked up her rating over this last 100. Those legs are coming in as well. As we now have Isabel into the wall to complete our mixed 12, 13, 1500 metre freestyle. We're now going to move on to event 38, the girls 15 years 400 metre freestyle. We have 3 heats on the blocks. Is heat 1. So we talk about our seeded heats in our events. In our 400s, it's slightly different from our 50s, 100s and 200s. We see just the last 2 heats. So this is our unseeded heat. And then the last 2 heats will have our top 20 athletes split evenly across them both. That decision happened about, it's probably getting close to 10 years now. But it allowed, because the 400s at even a world championship level, so this is something that is maintained all the way through to world championships and Olympics, go straight from a heats to a final. And by only having 2 seeded heats, more of the athletes who are expected to make the final are competing in the same heat. So it didn't give it as much of an advantage to that 3rd seeded heat, being able to see what times had happened in the first 2. Whereas now with the only 2 seeded heats, you sort of go, I want to be in the first 3 in my seeded heat, but if I'm 4th or 5th, I'm still a chance.
Particularly in a competition like state championships, it's a 5-day meet. A lot of these athletes, super heavy programs. We will see some of those heat swims, or those little foxes we call them. If you've got a couple of events on the plate throughout the day, you don't want to expend all your energy in the first one. So if you have a little bit of stock left in that back pocket, you can just hold off, just get that touch in, top 3, be confident that you're going to make the final. You're probably going to want to play that card.
Yeah, you want fast heats, but faster finals. That's the way to think about it. And a number of these athletes had the 800 at the end of the morning session yesterday. So some of them are backing up into a 400 today. And Kaylee Faulkner in lane 8 has set the early standard here and is just really consistent through this first 150 metres, keeping those legs going nice and strong, as we were talking about in the 1500 just prior, and keeping that stroke length nice and long. She's got a body length lead over Lana and Sophie, a couple of our visitors.
So another athlete from Ringwood Swimming Club taking it out really well here. I tend to see this a lot when swimmers start doing well from your club. It's really motivating, and you want to be that next performer. You don't want to let the team down.
It's infectious. If you're like, well, if they did it, I'll be able to do it.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Exactly. And I think also because you spend so much time with your teammates that if they start swimming well, you feel good for them. And feeling good will make you swim better because you're feeling happy, you're feeling excited, and that will translate into your swimming.
I'm so glad you said that. My motto has always been happy swimmers are fast swimmers. And at the end of the day, if you're having a good time, you're going to do well.
And there's Lani, who's now taken over the lead through the 250 metre mark here. So these swimmers all had an entry time just over the 5 minutes. So as we're talking about our sort of splits through the 1500, now the 5-minute entry time means it's a 1:15 per 100, so that 37.5 speed per 50 to try and break that 5-minute mark. You obviously get a little bit of extra speed in that first 50, so then if you can hold to the 37.5 to 38 zeros, you're looking to break that 5-minute barrier. And with a 37.6 from Lani, she's right on that speed that she needs to be. She's got about 5 seconds under so far, so she's got a little bonus speed, and she's on track to break that 5-minute barrier, which is always one of those first big barriers in a 400 freestyle that our athletes will be trying to crack.
I was just looking at the athletes in the field here. We've actually got 4 visitors within Heat 1, so Really exciting. We've actually got visitors from all over Australia and all over the world competing at these championships. Representatives from Japan, New Zealand, Korea, Denmark, Scotland and Thailand, as well as New South Wales, South Australia, Tasmania and Queensland. So everyone has come down to enjoy the beautiful sunny weather here in Melbourne that we're putting on. Absolutely glorious day at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. And it is Lani Jarrett in lane 6 here. She's our visitor from St Paul's Swimming, having a fantastic 400 freestyle.
An absolutely great swim here. Going to be well and truly under that 5-minute barrier. 4:52.37. The girls in the heat behind are definitely going to pay attention to that. That is a chance to progress to the final, depending on what happens in the remaining 2 heats. With it's a visitor 1, 2, 3, with Sophie coming in second and Ashley in third. So fantastic swim for our visitors in that opening heat.
Now keep in mind, we can only have 2 visitors in the final, so only the top 2 fastest visitors will get a space in that final, which opens up 8 places for our Victorian athletes.
Obviously, as 15-year-old girls, some of them, the more experienced ones, will be aware of that, and they'll not be tracking the times of both the Victorians and the interstate visitors. I suggest the athletes concentrate on their own race, but I'm talking from personal experience about what I may have done. But
now, speaking of athletes that trust in their own abilities, the 2 athletes in the centre of the field here both opting to race in training bathers this morning. So that's a little bit of for some it's a bit of a mind game, that confidence. I know the Caulfield athletes have been told they have to race in their training bathers in the morning, no suits. Just give them that little bit of an extra challenge.
And Arabella, who leads through this first 50 again, she was another one of our athletes that put together a really good 800 yesterday. And it's definitely attacking this first 100, setting herself up, clearing out from the field by over a body length as we start to settle down into our speed in this second 50. Yeah, and the racing in the training bathers, it was probably a thing that happened a lot more 5-10 years ago. Now it's a rarity to see athletes in their training bathers at races, but remember, most of the work you do at training on your speed and everything like that, you do in training bathers. So the racing bathers may just create a little bit of a placebo effect in your head in some cases.
I think it's also nice, if you are fairly confident you're going to make the final, to come back in the evening, you put on that suit, it's that extra layer of armour almost, and you can feel that you're going to go faster. You know that you've got that little cheeky extra time or saviour of time there, so you can go a bit quicker just based on a change in suit.
Exactly. So 15-year-old girls who are looking to head to nationals in this event will be chasing a qualifying time of 4:40.00. So for those who aren't good at maths, this one's an easy qualifying time to work out your splits. 1:10 per 100. So 35-second laps is what you need if you want to be swimming this race at nationals for our 15-year-old girls. As we now move through the 200-metre mark, and Arabella still leads over Zali and Emerson in third. All of those are holding that speed under the 2:20, so they're giving themselves a chance to tick off their national qualifying time if they don't already have it. But now will be about maintaining that speed. And Zali's doing a really good job in this third 100. She looks like that's been her focus of this middle part of the race. She let Arabella get out in front, and then this middle 200, she's been working on reducing that margin, has now come right up alongside her again.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the exact same things within this race. You know, Arabella has that front-end speed. She is a really good 200-metre freestyler as well. Zali started out as a more endurance athlete. She does come down. She's done some fantastic 200s at Nationals earlier this year, but she has that longer distance aerobic-based background. So she's always going to be that contender in the second half of the race, as she's doing right now. She's just coming up right alongside Arabella as they're about to come in and turn for that final 100.
But as she came up alongside of this lap, it definitely means that Arabella has responded in this and is going, no, this is my heat. I want to take this out. And she's not letting Zali get in front. So Zali made up almost a body length and a half, but Arabella's going, no, I'm the fastest in this heat. I want to take it out and win it. As they move towards their final 50, with Emerson clearly established in third place, but also swimming well out there in lane 1 is Leah Yang. So remember, this is these final 2 heats that are seeded heats. So we're sort of looking, if you're in the top 4, you're giving yourself a good chance to progress to tonight's final.
And it's all about what lane do you want. Do you want the pressure? Do you want to be in lane 4 and have everyone looking to you? Or do you just want to sneak in a lane 2, lane 3, not quite be that top-ranked seed? There is a bit of pressure that comes with it, but I know a lot of the athletes actually perform better under pressure. So,
yeah, and Arabella's definitely said, no, I'm taking this heat out. I'll let you get close to me, but I'm not letting you get past me. I'm going to come in. A nice, strong heat swim for 37.35. Zali in second and Emerson in third.
So first 2 girls there obviously going under that national qualifying time. That one's ticked off, done for the day. Keep an eye on some of those outside places, what times.
And they definitely responded that heat to Lani's fast time in the first heat, with a lot of them going sub 450. So it looks like you're probably going to need to go under 450 to progress to the final tonight.
This is a pretty stacked age group with these more endurance athletes. Madison Brand in lane 3, great open water swimmer as well. Lucy Doyle in 5, one of our national medalists again in those longer distance races.
And it's great that there's a number of those athletes who, in this age group, who like that endurance events, because then they're always pushing each other. Whether it's just the local meet you go to or at state champs, there's always someone to race, which sometimes in the distance event it can be a bit lonely if you're the only one. But we've got a really good, deep field for these 15-year-old girls in this 400 freestyle. So Seong Lee, our visitor from Korea, is leading through this first 100. Ahead of Lucy Doyle and Madison Brand in third. Soon we're going to let you know about a bit of an update on the club point score that we've just been handed to us, which is all important. So that's one of the great things about the Age Championship. The support that you, for your team members, because it's always nice when you little jump up and go, okay, we're leading the club point score, or we're sneaking into the top 10 for a different club. Like every club will have their own goal. And sometimes you'll have an internal club goal. Can the boys score more points than the girls, or whatever it is? So that will be coming soon. We'll when we move on to our next event. So those who are interested, make sure you pay attention and let's see where your club is. We'll give a bit of a rundown. But through this 200, Taeyong has extended a lead, holding those 34 seconds. Compared to Madison and Lucy, who are sort of holding those 35 points.
I'm really enjoying Seong's stroke here. It's just super long, very relaxed on that recovery. Just moves really nicely through the water.
Yeah, it just looks relaxed. And obviously each stroke she's putting a lot of pressure on the water, grabbing it out in front, swimming past that hand, making sure their hand's not exiting the water until it's way down past her legs, so getting maximum value out of each stroke.
Really smooth off the wall there as well.
And she just maintain that steady two-beat kick, 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 kick.
And it's so high in the water. She's just sitting so high. It's a really great sign, especially in the lead into a competition when you start to notice your athletes at training. Just sitting that little bit higher in the water, you know you're doing all the right things, getting them prepared to race.
And that makes a big difference. Just a couple of centimetres here and there. If you can sit and that sort of half her back is out of the water, so there's no drag being created there. Whereas if you're sitting down and it's only your head, top of your head that's out of the water, there's a lot of extra drag then.
Now, like our previous race with Arabella and Zali sitting side by side for quite a lot through the middle, we're seeing the same thing here with Maddie Brand and Lucy Doyle. They are just stroke for stroke along this 350-metre mark as they come down into the final turn. Not a lot separating them, about 0.4 there.
And they both picked it up out of that last turn. Those legs came in, so they've definitely decided, okay, I want to make sure that I touch in second here. And they're both sort of fighting to that finish, with Lucy Doyle just sneaking out a little bit of an advantage as So Young's going to comfortably take this third and final heat out of the girls' 15 years 400-metre freestyle. She touches in a 4:30.11. And it will be Lucy coming for second and Madison third. With Sienna touching in fourth and Tessa in fifth. And I think, unfortunately for Tessa, she's going to end up finishing 11th. So 48.0 is what you needed to qualify for the girls' 15 years final at the 400 freestyle. As we now move to the boys' 400 freestyle. We have 4 heats.
So it'll be the same setup as the girls. Those final 2 heats, they'll be our fastest seeded heats for the morning. The boys in these earlier heats really just coming out here this morning, trying to get a good personal best, see if they can sneak up a few places, maybe sneak some points in if they can. You never know. In an event like a 400, you don't race them all that often. It's not something you're going to be swimming every single week. So some of these athletes might not have raced really maybe once this season, just got their qualifying time. You can get sneaky outsiders doing large drops.
Yeah, so the 400, you're probably going to, unlike 100 where you go, oh, I'll do that every competition I go to, a 400 you might be a bit more selective, go, okay, I want to make sure that I have at least 1, maybe 2 preparations at it before state championships for the long course season. And Cody is heading out nice and fast through this first 100. Definitely out in the 101. That's given him the best chance to swim a nice PB. But we'll have a look at these club point score through the first day.
Now, I'm a little bit excited about this morning.
We're just going to pick a few out at random. But no, Melbourne Swimming Club currently is in the lead, a decent margin over Nunawading. So that would be a good achievement for Melbourne Swimming Club, would be if they could hold on through the 5 days of age to take that out ahead of Nunawading, with MLC currently in third. So MLC is only just behind Nunawading, and Surrey Park's not far behind there as well. So those top 4 are probably the ones who are going to be battling it out for the overall win. Caulfield's giving it a run as well. And then sort of those clubs that are now battling in for the top 10, because it's always nice, top 10. Tends to be at the end of the meet, we read out the top 10, so you're sort of trying to battle for that top 10 spot. Dragon's currently in 8th, so it's always good. We've got a country club in the top 10 with Geelong in 6th, so we've got 2 of our country clubs in the top 10. Yarra Plenty Waves, currently sitting in 9th. Ivanhoe in 10th and Cheltenham 11th, and another country club in 12th for the Southgate Clan Bass. So definitely all to play for after one of 5 days.
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying how tight that top 5 is looking after night 1. You can see with relays quite often some of the bigger clubs, they have that depth, they have those numbers, they can just sneak a few extra bonus points here and there and run away with the point score a little bit. So I think it's going to be a really interesting 5 days between these top clubs, and you know, might be time for a new winner, I think.
Yeah, we obviously talk about our medalists and who might break a Victorian record or something a lot during this meet, but to win the club point score, you need depth, and it's often if you sneak an extra person into a final and they come 7th, not 9th, or you get 3 in a final when you thought you might only get 1, or your B relay comes 8th when they were ranked 14th, and those points all add up to the couple of 100 points over the meet that you gain that you might not thought of. So it's not necessarily the superstars who make the difference in the end. It's sometimes the one who just gets a final you didn't expect.
Yeah, one of my favourite little quotes or sayings is, you don't need a team of champions, you just need a champion team.
Exactly. So Cody here has continued to lead from start to finish with a visitor 1-2 with Chris in second and Christopher in third. As we move through the final turn here at the 350 metre mark. And they're looking like they're on for a nice solid PB if they can maintain this speed through the last 50, as they're all trying to bring those legs in. And Cody has had a nice high tempo through the whole race, and he's definitely picking it up for this last 50. And he comes underneath the flags to take heat 1 of the boys, 15 years, 400 freestyle out in a 4:35.55. All 3 of our boys there swimming PBs.
Good job, boys.
We're now moving along to heat 2. The boys, 15 years, 400 freestyle. At the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Mattioli is Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor and aquatic facilities maintenance partner. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect our organisations and play a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. So not only does this collaboration enhance and support the resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the whole state. So it's fantastic to have Mattioli on as a partner, and an incredibly appropriate partner for Swimming Victoria, as we know we don't have any swimming without pools. So we thank them for their support as we go through the first 100 here of Heat 2 of our boys, 15 years, 400 metre freestyle, and is Aidan Taylor, our visitor, who leads ahead of Zayden and Liam. So any clubs that are listening and need some help with their pool, make sure you do contact Mattioli and they'll be happy to help you out. So Aidan continues to lead through the 150 here. And in this 400, it's good to see these boys are keeping those legs going nice and strong. All our 4 leaders. Those legs are going and they're keeping that stroke length. But Aidan has just been able to maintain that pressure through this second 100 and extend out to almost the body length lead as he turns through the 200 and under 2:10. So there's another 34-second 50. The boys alongside him just slipping into that 35-second mark. And that was the difference as he continues to put the pressure on here at the start of the third 100. So again, we've got 4 heats of our boys 15 years 400 freestyle. So the last 2 are our seeded heats. With Aiden looking to put a time in that it's going to give him a chance, make the boys behind think about what's happening. He's been, again, maintaining that consistent work on his legs, nice and strong. And it's just, again, slowly extended that lead. It was half a body length. Then it was a body length. Now it's out to 3 body lengths. As he works towards the 300-metre turn. He will lead through. And a tight battle for second between Liam, Samuel and Ashton in lanes 3, 2 and 1. So while Aiden is comfortably in control of this heat, second is definitely up for grabs. And Ashton in lane 1 is sneaking ahead of both Samuel and Liam on his inside. So through this last turn, Aiden leads. 4.5 metres clear of Ashton, who's put in a fantastic 33.50 to clear out in second place. So he's managed to maintain his speed and in fact increase it over that sort of from the 250 metre mark to move well clear of his competitors in Samuel and Liam. And he's starting to close that distance down to Aiden in this last 50. He's brought it back to a body length, but Aiden's early lead is going to hold throughout this race, and he's going to take heat 2 out in a time just under the 4 minutes 30 barrier. So nice PB from those athletes who are in the lead of that heat. All of them coming in sort of 4:33 to 4:38, so some big drops there. As we move along to heat 3, which is the first of our seeded heats.
The spicy heats.
The slapping has increased as we've got to the 15-year-old boys. There is some pre-race noise behind the blocks.
Just gets louder and louder as they get older.
Fantastic start as per usual from Harrison Main. He's always really strong on his underwaters. So the boys in the 15-year-old age group who are targeting the national qualifying time is at 4:24.20. You're probably going to need somewhere around that speed to make this final because it's a very strong age group. So if you want to have a chance to swim this race at nationals and you haven't qualified already, you're going to need to put it on in the heats this morning.
Harrison already establishing himself early on. Out of body length in this first 100. Still looking fairly easy though, which I'm really enjoying seeing. Getting quite a long breath on each stroke. Plenty of oxygen going in.
So he turns under the minute, so a nice early speed. With Jake Potter over in lane 1, trying to go with him. It's probably his breathing techniques on Harrison. It's probably something that he's working on with his coach to try and make sure it's not feeling like it's a pause on that breath. You're getting that quick breath onto that next stroke, really driving forward. Again, maintaining under 33 second split for that 50. and just continues to extend his lead. And then there's the far side of the pool that are battling for the minor places, with Jade currently in second and Milo dressed with the Bruin having a good race with Steve Hansen and Noah Chappell. So Harrison's entry time was 4:16.82. Turning through the 200 at 2:05 and holding those splits that he's been holding, he's on for a good swim here.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this as a heat swim. It looks comfortable but strong. Just sending a little bit of a message. If you're the first of these faster seeded heats, you want to establish that time and have people in that next heat thinking that they need to get a move on.
Yeah, you definitely want to set the standard. Go, I'm here. Chase me down.
And that's the kind of athlete Harry is as well. He's fairly tenacious, I would say. Very competitive.
And Jake Potter has not let up on his second place hole out in lane 1. So if Jake can continue this, he's on for a huge PB. So he's another one of our visitors. He does know that he needs to be in the top 2 of the visitors, inside the top 10 to give himself a chance of making tonight's final.
Nice little race between Milo and Noah as well. The two Victorian boys sitting in second and third for our Vics in this heat.
And that might be the difference between making the final or not. So this last 100 will be very important. They're breathing towards each other in this 50 and are really racing each other nice and strong.
Yeah, especially if you take a look at who's in the next heat. We have quite a few of our Victorian boys in those centre lanes. And spaces are limited, so you want to get one.
There is only 10 spots. And Harrison has continued to put in a good swim here. Got 15 metres left to swim in heat 3, and we'll take it out in a smooth time of 4:18.11 with Jake in second and Milo getting the touch for third. Top 3 there under that national age qualifying time for our 15-year-old boys. As we'll now move on to our 4th and final heat.
So quite a lot of the names in this 400 freestyle raced yesterday in the 800. Cody swimming out of lane 4 was the winner. Gianluca Paradiso in lane 3. He picked up a silver. Quite a lot of medalists in the field. And half the distance today, so double the speed, is that?
That's how it works. It definitely feels easier coming this way than going the other way. But it is a challenge to adjust from that 800. Some of them had multiple races yesterday, but from that 800 to the 400, it is a challenge to adjust your speed because it's quite a bit faster you need to go out because the 400 is almost a sprint.
The way athletes are racing the 400 these days, it's a lot more similar to how we used to race a 200. Everything's got quicker. There's no settling in, as you might say, in a 400. You've got to keep that pressure on from start to finish now.
As you see, the opening 4 athletes, the leaders, under the minute, and now they'll see how fast they can maintain their 50s. So they're around that 32-second mark. And these boys probably have a PB for 100 somewhere between 55 to 57 seconds. So getting out under the minute is not relaxing. It's getting out with some speed.
Still absolutely nothing between these four boys in the middle. Cody just starting to lift here. You can see him trying to increase that stroke rate a bit, make a little bit of a gap between himself and the other boys.
You saw his sister's good performance earlier today, so, you know, he's got family pride to compete for. You know, when you're in the car ride home, you just want to go, yep, I had a better swim than you. No, I'm sure they're very supportive of each other as he turns through the 200 and 204 with Gianluca in second and Matthew in third.
So keep in mind, Harry in the heat before, he turned in around that 205 mark. So it's very, very close between these guys.
And because there's four of them still within touch of each other, you'd expect the pressure to maintain through this second 200.
Yeah, I definitely felt like Harry really relaxed in that last 100. And if these guys want that more inner lane in the final, they're not going to be letting up that lead.
So they've all just slipped to sort of that 33-second mark in this third 100. That third 100 is always the hardest to maintain your speed. So we'll see as they move towards the last 100 if they can sort of get in, how many of them can maintain at that 33 low or maybe even drop back into 32-second 50 splits.
Once again, though, Cody's looking great. Just gaining that little bit further lead on every lap. Comes off those turns really well.
And that strong kick, consistent strong kick, both in and out of the wall and then throughout the 50. Those legs are always going. So what started as sort of a quarter body length lead through the 100 is extended just slightly each 50, and is now out to a 2 body length lead as he makes his final turn. So we know Cody's going to comfortably take this heat out. Gianluca looks pretty good in second, but the battle for third is getting nice and tight.
Yeah, William Bryan just starting to make a little bit of a move on Luca Brown there. Matthew Moran has shifted himself into third quite comfortably at this point. As the boys under the flags there. Cody 4:16.90. He'll take that one. Second, Gianluca 4:19.72. And third will go to Matthew in a time of 4:22.14. So it looks like it's going to be around that 4:24 mark into the final.
Yeah, I think we had 9 swimmers at that 4:24 or faster. As we now move along to event 40, our girls' 12 years 200 metre individual medley. Our Victorian record sits at a 2:25.03, set back in 2005 by Kiani Rim. Was that about your... Yeah,
I was just thinking that's a familiar name to me.
I was thinking that was your age group or about that.
I think Kiani and I alternated. So short course, same age group, long course, one different.
And Leah at lane 7 out nice and strong in his first 50 of butterfly.
Medleys. Whole different kettle of fish, way different race strategies, I guess you might say, to like a 400 where you're piecing together the quarters, trying to build through. The IM, a couple of different things come into play. First of all, you've got your strengths. So what strokes are you good at? What strokes can you hold? That endurance, it's a 200 metre race, you still need the legs and the back end. But also, you don't want to cook yourself. Butterfly is a very fatiguing stroke. So even if it is your main stroke, you're probably not going to be going out PB pace.
Yeah, it's very interesting because although you might have individually strong strokes, swimming them in a medley is completely different. So you might be a strong backstroker, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to execute your backstroke in a medley. It's they're slightly twisted around. So in that butterfly, you want to get easy speed. You want to feel as though you're getting through that first 50 of the butterfly and not expended any energy, but out nice and fast. And Leah did a really good job there, maintained it through the backstroke, is now moving on to her breaststroke, and still our Ivanhoe swimmer continues to lead over Gabrielle Tan from Surrey Park.
She's done a great job holding that lead in the breaststroke leg, because that can be kind of where things come a little bit undone. A good breaststroke in an IM can make a massive, massive difference, and we will see that, I would say, coming into some of these faster heats.
Because you spend the longest time on your breaststroke leg out of the 4 legs. I know some very strong breaststrokers manage to split faster than their backstroke leg, but you can make the most difference because you spend the most time on it. But Leah has led from start to finish. Gabrielle got closer in that breaststroke, but then Leah has re-extended her lead and put together a fantastic time of 2:46.48 to take out Heat 1 ahead of Gabriella, with Madeline in third. So now we move along to Heat 2. So there's 4 heats of our girls' 200-metre individual medley. So we're now moving on to the seeded heats. Based on seed times, the 10th ranked swimmer is a 2:42.53. We do have a few visitors in this field as well, but how the 12-year-olds are swimming yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if you need to go a little bit faster than that to make the final for tonight.
There is a lot of pressure in this 12-year-old age group. We've seen some fantastic swims and some really close races as well.
They've definitely stepped up to their first Mattioli Victorian age long course championships, and were looking very comfortable yesterday. They weren't nervous about the environment. They were getting out there, and I would say that they probably had the highest PB rate if we're comparing age group to age group. And it is Zoe Clemenson who leads through the butterfly leg and got off that wall nicely in the backstroke to maintain that lead. Starting to be challenged by Kiara and Kimberly. And also coming through in lane 4 is Yoshi. So it's 4 across the pool with 15 metres to go in our backstroke leg here in Heat 2 of the girls' 12 years 200-metre individual medley as we approach this breaststroke leg. Did see a few different varieties of that back to breast turn, and that's something you need to practice in training. There is no right or wrong method, and I think that was shown at the World Short Course Championships recently. The world champion in the 100-metre individual medley for the men, Noah Ponti, does the old school bucket turn, back to breast, touch and swivel round, which is what you're sort of taught to start with, but then there's obviously the sort of a backflip option and a more sort of rotating turn option. So none of them are wrong or right, just whatever works for you. And it's probably the most complex turn in swimming to get right.
Really, really nice breaststroke leg there by Kimberly Chen of Melbourne Swimming Club. Just made that move, had a bit of a shift in gears and had about a 2-second lead off that wall. And that breaststroke distance is almost doubled. So if you go in and you're a metre in front in the breaststroke leg, you generally come off about 2 metres ahead, as freestyle is that fastest stroke. And it's going to be a fantastic swim for her as she comes down under the 15-metre rope here. The race is on for second between Yoshi Honda and Zoe Clemenson. Also there, Kira Delaney. So we'll see how those girls go. But it will be Kimberly who takes out Heat 2, 2:35.02. Yoshi there, 2:37.94, finishes second. And Zoe Clemenson, 2:38.68, will finish third.
Yeah, so we've already had 4 swimmers in that heat under the 240 barrier. So they're setting the standard quite high in the first seeded heat. Very strong underwaters from Nagisa, a visitor from Japan. I think throughout our history here, when Itaman would often come out, you'd always see those Japanese athletes really strong on their skills.
Very much so. Putting us all to shame. No.
But we definitely can learn from that. It's practiced every single day in training. You can't expect to turn up on race day and suddenly be fantastic on your underwaters if you haven't put the effort in training and listened to your coach and worked on them every single wall. And she continues to lead through this first 50 from Germana.
Both girls looking really relaxed in this backstroke. I think it's important to kind of lay off the legs a little bit in the backstroke leg. Make sure you've got some in the tank for that breaststroke, because that's when they're going to be hurting.
Yeah, obviously breaststrokes are predominantly leg-based stroke, so you really need to be able to use those legs nice and strongly in this 200-metre individual medley. And Nagisa has extended her lead straight after the wall. Good split stroke off the wall, and then gradually each stroke she's just pulling out a little bit more length and a little bit longer lead. She's holding that stretch and glide fantastically between each stroke to get the maximum value out of her kick. Starting to move through from DVE in lane 7 is Zoe Macaulay, using that strong breaststroke leg to move into second place.
Another nice little race on our hands here in the freestyle leg. Amy's just started to come up alongside Jemina there too, so will be our visitor. She looks comfortable out in front, but Zoe trying to hold off some quick finishing girls in lanes 5 and 6 here. So they come down with 25 metres left to swim.
She does use, looks like Zoe has used that breaststroke leg to her advantage and will be able to maintain second place, as Nagisa is touching first in a time of 2:33.91. With Zoe in second and Jamina in third.
So Nagisa fairly fast there at that 2:33, but the Victorian girls a little slower than the ones in the heat previously, so it's going to be a real tight top 10, I think, at this point.
So 7 athletes under the 240 barrier so far. Based on seed times, we've got 2 more that we expect to get under there again. That's how many others can potentially join in this 4th and final heat of the girls' 12 years 200-metre individual medley. In lane 3, really strong underwaters from Aria. I noticed that yesterday. Every race she was doing, really, really good on those underwaters, popping up in the lead after the start.
She had such a fantastic short course season, and that's exactly why. Her skills are impeccable. They're so great for someone so young.
And it is the best age to learn these skills, because if you get it right when you're 12, then you can continue to build on it as you get older. Whereas it's very hard to break a habit if you're someone who's never done a dolphin kick off a wall by the time you're 17. It's very hard to suddenly develop that skill.
Yes, I enjoy telling my athletes, you don't turn 18 and magically make 15 metres off every wall. It doesn't happen like that. There has to be a day where you decide to start working on it.
And Lucy Dolan has used this backstroke leg to move through and into the lead. So she'll lead in the backstroke to breaststroke turn ahead of Amelia Lowe. Again, this is where we see the breaststroke's strengths and weaknesses be exposed. As the 12-year-olds are improving rapidly, this is where we can see big changes in the lead or lower positions. And it does look like in lane 6, it's Anna Kang who's the strongest breaststroker in the field, and she's moved from 5th place all the way up to 2nd place in just 35 metres of breaststroke.
Once again, it's that length of stroke you can see, holding and maintaining that really nice streamlined glide position.
And she put about 3 seconds on the field in that breaststroke leg. But Lucy's looking very comfortably there. It's a really strong kick. So had an entry time of 2:32.64. Not going to quite match it, but a really strong heat swim of 2:33.79. Tight battle for second, with Anna just getting the touch over Amelia. So again, it does look like you had to go sub 2:40 to qualify for the final tonight. So about 3 seconds faster than based on the seed time. So the competition from those 12-year-old girls was incredibly tough. As we now move along to the boys' version. So event 41, the boys 12 years 200 metre individual medley. We have 5 heats. This is another one of our Victorian age group records that are set in 2010 by Nicholas Gronwald of 2:12.11. Probably his individual medley was his best events, arguing with his backstroke, but you see him with a lot of Victorian age group records across backstroke, medleys, butterfly, freestyle.
Just a lot.
Just not breaststroke.
I mean, if you compare it to our fastest ranked athlete going in, gosh, that 2:12, that's a quick time. Lachlan Bull, fastest seed going in 2:27.
Yeah, 2:12 is a very fast time. if you look at the current Open National qualifying time, it is a 2:13.92. So for a 12-year-old boy to qualify for Open Nationals is very impressive. So that sort of shows you the standard that Nick Gronwald was setting back in 2010. So Isaac leads through the butterfly leg and has maintained that lead, with Bryson moving into second during backstroke. So in backstroke, it's really important to keep that tempo up in your medley. Although we want to be soft on the legs, we want to make sure they're nice and high up. And that's a skill to develop. And as it's getting more of a sprint, those soft legs are turning into medium legs, but really high up in the water. You can't be letting those hips and feet sink. It's not a recovery from the butterfly. You need to make sure you're keeping that tempo up, being nice and aggressive, so you can set yourself up for a good breaststroke leg. And Byron is now using that stronger breaststroke leg to move through the field, and he's just passing Isaac through this first 25 of our breaststroke. Again, he's just holding his stride just a little. He's getting extra distance over the other two boys out of every stroke, but Aaron is starting to challenge it as well in this second 25 of the breaststroke.
Yeah, this lap's really tightened that field up, so it's going to be close coming into this final 50. Byron with that little slight lead, about a second over the other boys, and very close between the two in lanes 3 and 5.
It's a fantastic turn there from Byron. He got 3 or 4 dolphins done underwater, held that nice tight streamline, got all the way out to the flags, which is a good effort on the last turn in a turn at IM for our 12-year-olds. That little bit of advantage he gained off that wall, he was able to maintain through this last 50, and is going to take our opening heat out for our 12-year-old boys, 200-metre individual medley, and a 2:50.33, with all three of our boys swimming faster than their entry time. We're now going to move along to heat 2. starting strongly down in lane 9, Jaden Tran from Traralgon. Traralgon have been performing very well this morning, both the distance events and some of these middle distance IM events. Always been a strong club, Traralgon.
Yeah, they scored quite a few points yesterday overall. Top 10 in our points book, currently sitting in 8th. A nice little Geelong-Traralgon rivalry. Getting a little bit of a play there.
Yeah, well, definitely heats up when we come to later in January, when we've got the Victorian Country Championships.
I think it will be quite a hot one as well, being up in Mildura this year.
So we approach the 100-metre turn, and Jaden is still leading at a 1:16.10. So he leads that through that first 100. Obviously, if he's in lane 9, you'd expect maybe his weakness is his breaststroke leg, but he's not showing that through this first 15 metres of breaststroke. In fact, he's pulled out at further lead. So he's obviously a big improver from his entry time of a 2:53.24. If he can hold this together, he's going to absolutely smash his personal best.
A little bit of that States adrenaline, that outside smoker, lane 9, no one can see you. You can kind of just get away with it a little bit, I think, and doesn't matter if you go hard and drop off, but there's no sign of that.
No, he's put together a fantastic swim and showing that any lane's a good lane. Just get yourself in the pool and you're a chance. As he turns through and he's extended his lead, swam about 4 seconds faster than his closest competitor in that breaststroke leg, and that's just giving him a huge lead into this freestyle. So he's fighting to hold on in these last 15 metres, trying to keep those legs going nice and strong. At an entry time of a 2:53.24, he's going to take over 10 seconds off and touches in a time of 2:42.02. Great swim there from Jaden Tran from Traralgon. And it wasn't like the other boys in the heat weren't swimming PBs, because about 7 or 8 of them have swum a personal best. It just was Jaden absolutely smashed it out of the park. As we now move along to heat 3, which is our first of our seeded heats. Currently, based on seed times, 10th place is at 2:38.47. We saw with the girls, you need to go about 3 to 4 seconds faster than that 10th seed. We'll see what the case is with the boys. Ethan Carr had the best of the starts then, led by almost a half body length through that first 15 metres, making the most of his underwaters. Now it's starting to even out, and those swimmers in the centre of the pool are starting to pull ahead. So Evan turns first, followed by Rieto, and Rain in third. So we're talking about how important that breaststroke leg is, but I reckon in that 12-year-old age group, the backstroke leg's almost just as important in the medley, because as a 12-year-old, butterfly's not necessarily the easiest stroke, and the tendency is to sort of fall asleep a little bit and have a bit of a recovery after the butterfly. We really like to see those swimmers attacking this backstroke leg, and Rain has done a fantastic job to move from third to first. Nearly got under that 40-second mark for his backstroke leg, and we'll see who's the strongest breaststroker in the field.
Looks like our visitor from Japan there, Rohito, coming through in this breaststroke nicely. We saw the previous race, our last Japanese visitor had that really beautiful length on their breaststroke as well. And
don't know if he's made a friend, but he's got an Ivanhoe cap on.
There is that great relationship between Ivanhoe Swim, their coach Arco, Obviously, coming over from Japan, a lot of connections.
But he has put together a fantastic breaststroke leg. With a 44.3 for breaststroke. That's a nice, strong breaststroke leg, and he's opened up a clear lead that he's not going to give up in this freestyle leg. Those legs are so strong. Good length in his stroke.
Not a lot of heat swimming going on in this one.
Attack it. I like to see that, really getting after it, attacking it from the start, but it is very close in the battle for second. Rain is holding off, but Evans coming back strong, and also flying home in lane 3 is Lucas. Rio takes it out in a 2:32.55 ahead of Rain and Evan in the third. And they've definitely set the standard quite strong there in that opening heat. 4 swimmers at that 2:36.4 or faster. So again, that spat a couple of seconds faster than what you expected you needed to do to make it back. As we move now along to heat 4. So strong start across the field, and it is in lane 5. Andrew Wang, who started to sneak ahead through the opening 35 metres of butterfly. All these athletes, nice, long and relaxed through this butterfly leg. It's really important, and now they work onto through their fly to back turn, trying to be nice and tight through that wall. And they haven't separated out, with Harry Caligas using his strong backstroke to now clear out ahead of the field. We know that Harry's a strong backstroker, and he's using that to his advantage. He's got that nice high tempo, and you can see that his legs are right up at the surface, nice strong feet, keeping those hips up nice and high. And he's going to lead through this 100. Battle behind is very, very close, and this is where we're going to see who is the strongest breaststroker. And Andrew Wang straight away responds in that first 15 metres, and that's the challenge, to be able to get into your stroke right from the first stroke off the wall. We often see that it takes some swimmers 15, 20, 25 metres to get going.
I definitely think that's the importance of that changeover, that transition turn from the backstroke into the breaststroke. Andrew managed to maintain a lot of that momentum coming through that turn. A lot of the other boys, some of them got a bit stuck on the wall, and you can lose so much propulsion off that underwater. That split stroke can be really, really important.
But with the strongest breaststroke leg, it ended up being Alistair. So he took a few strokes to get going, but then that second 25 was really, really strong. He's moved into second place. Our athlete from Singapore. But after a nice tight opening 50, Harry then showed his class in the backstroke and then maintained that lead all the way through the freestyle. It was going to be a tight battle for second, but Harry will take heat 4 out in a nice time of 2:33.42 ahead of Andrew and Fraser. So again, we've had 7 athletes at a 2:36 or faster. So his last heat will be looking again, trying to finish in the top 3, faster than that 2:36 mark.
You just know that the ones behind the blocks right now, they're doing those calculations in their head. They've got the count going. They know exactly what time they need to do and look up and see on that board to secure themselves a place in this final tonight.
So Archie Smith got off to a really good start. Nice strong underwaters. Alongside him in lane 5, Thomas Poppins.
Mr. Personality Poppins over there. If you get a chance to watch Thomas Poppins in finals, he loves a bit of camera time.
You know, in fact, he probably requests about 10 minutes if he had his way pre-race.
I think it's probably lucky that I didn't get a lot of camera time back.
So it is still Archie who's leading through the backstroke leg. Starting to make a move in the middle of the pool, though, is Lachlan Bull.
And we know Lachlan will finish really well. 100 freestyle gold medalist from last night. He has that freestyle speed.
Again, we saw a number of different varieties of that back to breast turn. As we move into this breaststroke leg, we'll see who can find their rhythm the quickest. Archie popped off that wall really nicely. Lachlan just took a couple more strokes to get into his rhythm, but now he's getting good distance out of each stroke and is driving forward off those legs, stretching nice and tall, and has moved into the lead, with Thomas trying to challenge Archie for second.
I really like the term you use there, driving forward. You can see that acceleration as he pushes through the stroke here and comes down to turn for that freestyle leg.
He was really doing a good job of stretching tall between each stroke, so all the momentum was going forward. And he's going to use that strong freestyle leg he has. A nice, powerful kick, good length of stroke, with Thomas and Archie battling stroke for second. A really strong swim here in our 5th and final heat of our 12-year-old boys 200 metre individual medley, as Lachlan takes it out in 2:27.64.
Just over his personal best there, not a lot of difference.
But a very fast heat there. And now 4th and 5th in there, Lincoln and Peter, giving themselves a chance to make the final tonight. I think that near 2:36.48. I think that was our 10th fastest time from the heat. So again, faster than those seeds. Our 12-year-olds definitely stepping up at their first age championship. We're now moving along to event 42, the girls 17-18 100 metre butterfly. So we probably won't expect the massive drops of our 12-year-olds with the 17, 18-year-olds. This is more about trying to put together a good swim. And Alana Torrance has got off to a fantastic start. Obviously, a number of these athletes have just recently completed their VCE.
I think this could be an interesting race. You've got quite a lot of athletes in that sort of top zone close together. So fighting it out for a final is going to be pretty important this morning, and putting together a fast heat swim, because a lot of our older athletes, their personal best come from these high-level events. They've come from swimming in finals with a bit of an exciting adrenaline-fueled atmosphere. Can they replicate it this morning in the heats?
And that's the important thing, because if you want to be in the final, you have to swim fast enough to make the final. So it's really important to be able to put together a fast heat swim in the morning. Alana Torrance is doing just that. Nice, strong swim. She was out fast. She's maintained her tempo, kept that rhythm going all the way through the wall in a solid heat time of 1:03.32.
Yes,
with Courtney in second and Isabella in third.
Just keep an eye on 4th place there, Sione 1:07.16. Generally, a lot of the time, if you can be in that top 3, you've got a fairly good chance. And then one person that gets 4th has that potential to sneak into a final there in 10th. Yeah,
so those first 3 with the 105s and faster, you'd be pretty comfortable and confident that you are going to make it back tonight. Eliza Houghton over in their lane 1 there, after a really good start through that first 15 metres. Now coming through in lane 5 is Stella Salomone. So missing our fastest seeded athlete in this heat. So it does give another couple of opportunities for those athletes ranked somewhere between 8th and 14th to go, okay, I can make this final.
Points, points, points.
And Stella does lead with Layla in seconds.
There's quite a strong squad of butterflyers from MLC in this age group. You had Alana in the previous heat, Sione MLC as well, Stella in this heat, and then if we look to our final heat, you've also got Rita and Isabella Osborne in there too. So all of these girls, there's probably a little bit of an internal club battle going on as well. As Stella takes out heat 2, 104.83. Layla Mahfouz in second, 105.67. And then Eliza Houghton over in lane 1, she sneaks onto the wall in third, 107.28.
Yeah, use that good speed off the start and maintain it all the way through. So, you know, almost a 3-second drop on the entry time from Eliza, which is fantastic at 17. Underway here in the third and final heat of our girls 17-1800 butterfly. Isabel Osborne is starting to get very close to breaking that magical 1 minute barrier in a 100 fly.
I'm not talking about it because every time I do, I just absolutely jinx her. So
I'm not expecting it this morning. That's why we can mention it this morning. And does turn through the first 50 in a 29.1, ahead of Mia and Isla in third.
Really enjoyed the speed that Izzy shows on the wall. From the moment she hits it, she's getting off quickly. And if you've been watching the World Short Course, the 50-metre butterfly world record went just recently, and it was all in the turn speed. So you can make up so much ground and get such an advantage by not spending too long on those walls.
Yeah, Gretchen Walsh broke every world record in the book about her in short course. And it is Isabel in a 102.68 ahead of Mia.
And then another little outsider on the far side of the pool there, Riley Cardo touches in third, 106.41. Based off those times earlier, I think that'll sneak her into the final there, and we might see a 107 in as well.
Yeah, I think that's done enough to get into the final there at the 106. A really good swim, taking off from her entry time, about 4 seconds. So it's very impressive. As we move along to event 43, the boys 17-1800 metre butterfly. We have 5 heats. So 5 heats, boys 17-1800 butterfly. That's impressive to get 5 heats of the form stroke hundreds.
In this age group as well, it's been a massive year. States in December, busy time.
And it's not the easiest 100 that they've picked. They haven't all gone, oh, we'll just turn up for the 100 freestyle. They've gone, no, we're picking the butterfly as well. So it's good to see a number of these athletes backing up in multiple events. Even if it's not their favourite event, they're in here and giving it a go. And Jack Lanyon from Ballarat Golds has put together a really good first 50, out in 28.7, maintained that technique, maintained his rhythm in that second 50 and touching in a 102.05.
It's a really smooth looking 100. Quite often I think athletes can overdo it in these sprint form events. Spin the wheels, tense up, not have that length of stroke, and he really held it nicely throughout that entire race.
Yeah, and took 3 seconds off his entry time.
And you said they wouldn't do as well as the 12-year-olds.
I know, this is impressive. Maybe they saw the 12-year-olds and gone, no, we are still the best because we are the oldest and we are responsible for setting the standard, and they're doing just that.
good to see that we've got some great role models for our younger athletes as they get older throughout this sport, because it can be quite grueling through those older age groups.
And you definitely saw before the 17, 18-year-olds swimming, they were congratulating the 12-year-olds as they were hopping out of the pool. So that camaraderie inside the club is fantastic, because a lot of those 12-year-olds will be looking up to them. They might not swim the same squad, some of them will. They're looking up to them, seeing the examples that they're setting and trying to follow. Maybe they don't need to follow the slapping and block kicking as much, but you know, that's something that I don't know what it is, but when you turn 15 as a male, somehow you need to slap and kick the block as hard as you want.
That is one I think you just wake up and decide to do.
Ned Wilson over in lane 2 from Bayside, out nice and strongly here in heat 2. He will lead through the first 50 in a 27.49, so really good early speed. He's done a nice strong turn, got out 8 metres underwater, has been able to maintain it off the wall. Andreas is trying to start to challenge him. That we do look like that side of the pool is our fast side of the pool through the first 75 here in heat 2. And now this is where it gets hard in the 100 butterfly, maintaining, keeping those hips up, keeping those feet up, keeping that rhythm going in this last 15 metres as the piano starts to fall on your back. Ned is holding on and he's going to take heat 2 out in a nice time, 1:00.87. So again, nice PB there. Well, and this is a perfect opportunity to talk about the H2O Grow program that is here at MSAC over the next few days, that has been run in conjunction with Swimming Australia, Swimming Victoria and University of Sydney. Will grow and develop at different times. And that project had 70 athletes come in yesterday to get their sort of body measurements taken alongside their parents, and that can give a good indication of how you're going to progress and grow over time, because we don't all grow at 12, we don't all grow at 14,
and some of us don't grow.
Yeah, and we don't all grow at 18. We all grow and develop at different times. As a general rule, males grow later than females. So some of these boys, although they may have had a busy year with other commitments and might not have been able to put as much as they would have liked into their swimming, they may have had the benefit that they've grown a foot this year, which is a huge advantage.
Which is why I wore my platform shoes today, as our visitor in lane 3 takes us out here for the first of our seeded heats, heat 3 of 5. It was Luke Monte's 26.52. He's trying to hold on to that lead as Dmitry Sorokolatov comes back in this second lap. His long arms might just get onto the wall first, and they do. 57.13 for Dmitry. Luke in second, 57.30, and Ash Nichols finishes in third, 57.97. 5 athletes under the minute mark in that one.
And you're definitely going to need to go sub-minute to make this final. It's just how far under the minute you'll need to go as we move on to heat 4. Nice even start across the field here. So you can see that all these boys who've been developing their underwater work, and by the time they get into the 17, 18-year-old age group, they're all popping up somewhere between that 13 to that 15-metre mark, using and maximising that underwaters. And it is start through the middle of the pool that Jake Riley is starting to establish himself, and does turn first in a 26.84 ahead of Cooper and Joshua.
Yeah, Jake a little bit better on that underwater as well. You could just see the power in those dolphin kicks. Got him that slight advantage as he came through at the 15-metre mark. The other boys just trying to reel him in a bit now.
It's all about that good body position in this last 15 metres of butterfly. Joshua Wilkinson's coming up right alongside Jake, and he looks like he's going to get the touch as he times it well on the wall in a 57.96. All about timing that finish so you can land on a full stroke. And Joshua did a great job there. So we've had 6 athletes faster than a 58.45. So 6 athletes 58.45 or faster.
Interesting to note, we are missing our fastest seeded athlete in this event. So no lane 4.
This gives an opportunity to someone else. And it does look like Daniel from Surrey Park in lane 5 is making sure that he sets a nice, strong tempo here in this opening 50.
Yeah, a nice little battle on the far side as well. Ethan Ravensdale out fairly quickly with Felix Dressel de Brun there.
Our leader turns in at 26 points, so using that nice early speed that we like to see in our butterfly. It's a really powerful stroke, and then the last 25 is where it's all out here about maintaining that tempo. And Daniel's doing a really good job of keeping those hips and his feet up. You can see his hips coming out of the water every dolphin kick, keeping that tempo going nice and strong. And he's going to take out our 5th and final heat in a swift time of 56.98, ahead of Felix and Adam in 3rd. So we're now going to move along to event 44, the girls' 14 years 100-metre butterfly. Our Victorian record set in 2012, breaking the minute mark, 59.80 by Gemma Schlitt. So Gemma went on to represent Australia at the World Short Course Championships, and our all-comers record was set in 2006 by Samantha Hamill, who also went on to represent Australia at the 2012 Olympic Games. In this, in 200 butterfly.
200 fly, I was going to say.
So Gemma's brother David is currently representing Australia at the World Short Course Championships in Budapest. He had a fantastic 200-metre individual medley earlier in the meet. Swam as the relay swimmer in the 4x2 freestyle relay that went on to win a medal for Australia. Very even here in Heat 1. Yolanda is just holding that lead she established in this opening 50 all the way into the wall, and she does take it at 1:13.28. So we have 5 heats of our girls 14 years 100-metre butterfly. Behind the blocks is Heat 2. Really strong underwaters from Lily Chan in lane 5. Given that her early lead through the first 25. Now coming up alongside her in lane 3 is Lily Goodman. And lane 6, Macy Clarkson.
Going to be pretty tight into this first 50-metre mark. Almost the entire field there turning in 33, so...
And that with a difference in and out of the walk and landing on a full stroke. So we're all within half a body length sort of as we went in, and then it's extended out through that turn, but it's now starting to come back together again as we move into this last 25. And Jess over in lane 1 has put together a brilliant second 50 to move from 5th at the 50 to almost half a body length clear with 5 metres to go. It's fantastic second 50 here in Heat 2, and she takes that in a time of 1:11.33 to knock off a casual 3 seconds from her entry time.
I think there'll be a lot of happy coaches around today.
It's amazing. I don't think we can do this many PBs. It's impossible. And I think that sometimes because we're always comparing ourselves in swimming to our time, we're always looking at our best. And it's not easy to maintain your best. For those who listening who play golf, your golf handicap is not your best ever score. It's your sort of average of your good. Whereas in swimming, we're always competing against sort of our best ever, which is probably a little bit unrealistic, apart from this week, where everyone seems to be smashing out PBs. So in lane 4, man, this is out to a nice strong start in this opening 50. 30.24. Octavia following closely behind.
Mia, such a tough competitor, great 200-metre butterflyer, and you're really seeing that be showcased here down the second 50. She just propels herself forward on every stroke. You can see her as she takes the breath. It's not just the motion of taking a breath. She's actually driving forward with that head, getting ever so much closer to the wall each time. Actually a nice little personal best for Mia as well, so I think she'll be happy with that this morning.
So we had 3 athletes under the 110 there. So it's kind of setting the standard where you're probably going to need to be if you're thinking about making the final here in the girls' 14 years 100 butterfly. A national age group qualifying time is a 109.08. So we had our top 2 athletes under that time in heat 3, as we now move along to heat 4. Really strong underwaters from Zara Jeffrey in lane 4. Using that dolphin kick to full advantage, popping up almost at the 15-metre mark to lead through that first 15 metres.
Zara had a nice butterfly leg in her relay last night. Also coming through strong though here, it is Mary Steele. She's going to turn in first there, 30.60, so setting herself up nicely down the first leg.
So Mary loves a race, so it's always, if you put her in a race, she's definitely going to step up. So she gave herself a good chance in that first 50. It's if she can maintain it through this second 50. With Zara now pulling clear of the field with 15 metres to go, but a really tight battle between Hannah, Madeline, Mary and Keela for second place.
Very, very tight on the wall there, that timing of the finish. It will be Madeline Harvey who touches in second, 107.69. She's just got over Hannah Buchanan by 1/100th of a second.
Yes, second, third and fourth were very, very tight in that one. So we had 7 athletes who are 109.16 or faster. As we move on to our 5th and final heat.
Familiar faces in the middle of the pool here. Kira Jeffs taking it out very strong. She had a good underwater there early on.
Yeah, she swam really well last night in a number of events. And starting off strongly here. Out through that first 50 to 29.9. With Momoka in second. And Matilda Clark in third. Just keeping that pressure on through this third 25. Driving forward off that kick, coming out over the water, but staying nice and low on her breath. So it's always forward, always moving forward. Mocha's holding on to second place, but it is all here in a 105.17. So that 109.25 to qualify for that final there. So 109.25, nearly on that national time to qualify for the final there for our 14-year-old girls. So really good depth across the board as we move on to event 45, the boys 14 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 5 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So our Victorian record stands at a 56.61, set in 2016 by Oliver Nash. I saw Oliver here last night doing some supporting, so that's great to see our Victorian record holders still coming back, checking out the sport.
I think if you've been part of it, it's always something you do want to come back to. We get so many ex-athletes, ex-record holders, Olympians, who all want to be part of the action. Everyone loves the vibe at state championships, especially when you come into finals. Last night we had the DJ playing, we had the technical officials having a little dance party. It's such a fun experience to be part of, and everyone, you don't want to miss that, you know, especially in the lead up. It's December, it's that time of year, everyone's in a great mood, good spirits. As we come into the finish here, and it will be Alexander Gordon who takes out heat 1 for the boys 14-year-old 100 butterfly in a time of 109.05. Second in the boys there, Alexander.
As we now move along to heat 2. Last up, but in the lead, Campbell Mills in lane 4, all the way out to that 15-metre mark, making the most of what you're allowed to do underwater. And he's holding that lead through this first 35 metres, with Cade Faulkner coming right up alongside him now as those boys go into touch through that first 50. We'll see how they can work this wall. Probably Cade got the better of the two. He landed on a fuller stroke, used that speed in and out of the wall, and came up in the lead. With Titus now challenging him in lane 7.
Yeah, Titus having a really nice second 50 here. Just see him staying low, not overexpending energy anywhere.
So can Cade hold on underneath the flags here in heat 2 to take it out in a 106.63 ahead of Campbell and Titus in third. Again, some big PBs there from our 14-year-old boys, taking off 3 seconds. As we move along now to heat 3.
Bit of a mixture of starts in this one. Leo Nolan got off well, as did Eugene Tang. They're out quickly.
Yeah, and Leo has maintained that advantage you gained on the start through that first 50, turning in a 28.8. So out nice and quick. Eugene's in second, but the battle for third is nice and tight, and we expect William to make his move here in this second 50. So William has the fastest entry time in this heat of a 102.8, and he's starting to move into second place against Eugene, but Leo starts and he hasn't given it up. He gained that advantage in that first 25, has maintained it all the way through this second 50 and takes heat 3 out in a 102.75.
It's a nice time. Once again, another personal best, another big drop. Day 2 is certainly not disappointing. We had such a fantastic start yesterday. I thought it was going to be hard to match that level of speed shown, but as per usual, I'm wrong.
It's almost like they're like, nah, we've heard what they've said. We're responding. So we had 3 boys under the national age qualifying time in the first of our seeded heats there. The national age qualifying time is 104.14. And again, you're probably going to be needing to be about that speed to make it back into tonight's final. As Jacob and Hamish lead through the first 40 metres here in heat 4 and turn under 29 seconds with Jacob just in front of Hamish with Louis in third.
Yeah, Jacob, lots of front end speed. I know he held the record for the 50 butterfly state championships, so we knew he can go out well. He's held his technique together pretty well here. His teammates call him Noodles. Sometimes his skills can be a little bit lacking, but he's definitely showcasing a lot of improvement and growth throughout this second lap, and he's going to take out heat 4 in a time of 101.15. Hamish Davin finishes in second, 103.03, and Louis Charat in third, 103.82.
I thought he did a fantastic job at keeping the length of his stroke in that second 50. That's the challenge in the 100 butterfly as you start to get tight in that last 25, keeping the length of your stroke and those hips up. So we have had 6 swimmers under that national age qualifying time, under the 104 mark. So we move on to our 5th and final heat. So Harry McCaw off to a good start as well, and Julian Birch, his Melbourne Swimming Club teammate, really working those nice strong underwaters through the first 25, and Gabriel Wong starting to come up alongside them. But Harry is going to maintain that early lead through the first 50. He's hit the standard here in 28.18. Gabriel in second, and Archer now moving into third. So a little bit faster than the previous heat. Harry was our only athlete with a seed time under the minute. And so we expect him to be able to maintain this speed in this second 50, which he's doing a fantastic job of. That nice strong kick and drive he's getting out of every stroke. That upbeat and the downbeat of that dolphin kick is really propelling him forward. And he comes into touch in a time of 58.93.
That's a nice heat swim.
I thought you'd need to get that national qualifying time to make the final, and we do have 10 swimmers under the 104 barrier, so you had to hit your national qualifying time for the boys. The first chance they get at 14 to progress to a final at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. As we now move to event 46, the girls 13 years, 100 metre backstroke.
Mixing it up a little bit now. Change of stroke.
We have 6 heats of our girls 13 years 100 metre backstroke.
So these girls at 13 is the earliest age group that the girls can qualify for age nationals. For boys, it's 14. So they have a age national qualifying time of a 1:13.68. And again, looking at that time, it wouldn't shock me if you kind of need to hit it in the heats if you want to make the final tonight. And it just shows the depth of swimming in Victoria. Needing to go your national qualifying times to give yourself a chance in the final.
I mean, it's great for our morning sessions because it means we're seeing some of those standout performances happening in front of us in the heats.
Can't mess around. You need to be ready to go in the morning. It's not too early now, as we've been going this heat session for a couple of hours. So these swimmers will hopefully got home to a good rest last night. Calm down from the excitement for finals. A lot of these would have had individual swims and also that relay at the start of the session last night. So they need to make sure that they're getting home, getting recovered, getting to sleep, which is hard after that excitement of cheering on your teammates or swimming yourself. It's hard not to relive your race 35 times before you go to sleep. You do need to tune it out, whether it's reading a book, whatever your technique is, so that you can make sure you are getting your quality sleep in.
And then starting fresh for a new day. Don't really dwell on what happened yesterday. You can have all those victories and celebrations at the end of the 5 days, but it's all about maintenance, especially our juniors, quite a lot of them, massive programs, upwards of 8, 9 swims throughout. If you add in some heats and finals, you're doubling that number. And they're long days, we're here at warm-up opens around 7 a.m. and some of the last relays of the night, they're not finishing till 9:30. It's a lot of time at the pool.
Yeah, and it's all about your energy management, and that's a great learning for our younger athletes, how to conserve their energy, because it is an exciting event to be at, especially the first couple of times you're here. It is very easy to run around like a chicken with a head cut off, and by day 3 you're starting to show the effects of that, whereas you need to make sure you can get through the meet so that your last swim of the meet can be your best swim. Larissa takes this opening heat out in a 1:17.84. Just continuing the theme of nice, strong personal bests in this morning's heat session.
I think if they were doing stats on commentary today, most commonly mentioned thing, another personal best, another one. Not a bad problem to have, I must say.
I definitely like this issue. I actually want someone to get back to us. How many personal bests have been swum at this meet so far? It would be great if any one of our viewers is staking a stats count. I'm sure it's probably about 400, and we're only at day 2.
Look, there's plenty more opportunities as well. We've got over 5,600 splashes, so that's the individual races. Almost 1,500 athletes competing across these 5-day championships from over 100 clubs, not only around Victoria, but across Australia and our international friends and visitors as well. So plenty more chances to see some great personal bests throughout the next few days.
Yes, the action definitely doesn't stop here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championship. Swimming strongly down in lane 8 is Amelia Hepburn. She's going to lead through with Adlana in lane 4 here in heat 2 of the girls' 13 years 100-metre backstroke.
I think that turn was a really good example of when you get the opportunity on your backstroke tumble turn to roll over onto your front, you want to get over quickly. It has to be a smooth movement. And although we had some advantage, the times that came up on the board didn't reflect who looked like they were in front, just from the speed of the feet going onto the wall.
Really strong second 50 from Scarlett over in lane 1 to take heat 2 out in a 1:16.36. Fantastic volunteers get our backstroke ledges set between each heat. So these backstroke ledges are relatively new addition. Relative is always there's always a term when you've been around for a while. About the last 5 or 6 years, these ledges, similar to the kickers on the blocks, there's 5 different settings that athletes can choose to set them at, either 4 centimetres above the water, 2 centimetres above the water, at water level, 2 centimetres below, or 4 centimetres below. Your toes have to be on the touch pad, but the other part of your feet can sort of rest on this little ledge, and it just gives you nice, good, strong security on that wall, and trust that when you push back, you're not going to slip, and it can help generate just a little bit more power off the blocks. Another strong start from Lola from Western Aquatic Academy. I see a lot of those Western Aquatic Academy swimmers doing a really strong job underwater, maximising their dolphin kicks. So they've obviously been putting a lot of work during training to think about those skills off every wall.
Now, as the girls come around to turn, I do have to be that person to make a quick little shout out here. Swimming out of lane 9 is Lumi Bortolotto, and today is Lumi's birthday. So a big happy birthday to you. Not the most enjoyable thing I'd imagine to do on your birthday is come and race 100 backstroke, but good on you, Lumi, and we wish you the best of luck for these championships on your birthday.
I think 100 backstrokes, I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. 100 backstrokes, one of the greatest events of all time, so great job, Lumi. But it is now India who's taken over control in this second 50 and is swimming away with it, and is going to take heat 3 out in a 1:13.85. That will make the following heats just pay a little bit of attention to that time.
Absolutely, that's probably going to push her through into that top 30 mark there, so a nice drop in time can result in a big drop in placings.
Exactly, like a little improvement. Suddenly you jump people in the next heat, and you might have gone in ranked 40th, and suddenly you come out 22nd.
And then you just chip away at that every year. Next thing you know,
we now have the first of our seeded heats behind the blocks, heat 4. So we're discussing that national qualifying time of 1:13.68, and our 10th fastest seed time is a 1:12.56. So expect to see some hot swimming in these next 3 heats. Absolutely great start in lane 4 from Jade, popping up half a body length clear of the field. Natasha had the second best of the start, down in lane 6, but it sort of dropped down to level with the field. So Jade pulled ahead with that start, but the rest of the field is going stroke for stroke in this opening 50. Jade will lead through a 32.41 ahead of Matilda, and Zara in lane 1 has now moved into 3rd place.
yeah, some great skills there by Jade Lyles from Phoenix Aquatics, one of our visiting athletes. And I'm really enjoying, she swam right in the centre of the lane for pretty much this entire race. So making the most of that space, not getting caught up in the lane rope, can be a difficult task in backstroke.
He's going to finish in a very swift time of a 1:07. Following in behind her is Matilda and Amelia.
Now, don't stress, the time hasn't actually come up there for Jade Lyles, but we do use our Hawkeye technology, which is our cameras situated around the pool. They're tracking those times, so it will come up and come through on the results. We're one of the only places in the world to actually use this technology, and at this competition, we're using it for our turns as well, and all of those officiating skills, so we can look back at that video footage.
So we have a couple of technical officials that are sitting and watching the screen. They're just like the technical officials on pool deck. They're watching it in real time. They don't get to slow it down and watch 1,000 replays. You have to be able to see the infraction in real time. And this technology is being used by World Aquatics. If you have been paying particularly close attention, you'll notice that they still have their inspectors at turns at each end, but the ones at the finish end do not have a button in their hand as to work as the backup timer. That has all been done by the Hawkeye technology now. Again, in the centre of the pool, Henrietta Wong, absolutely fantastic underwaters to pull ahead of Megan Lee in lane 5 through this first 25, with Simone trying to go with them. So the battle for spots in this finals is going to be nice and tight, so every single place is vitally important. So opened up nearly a 2-second lead, Henrietta, over that first 50 metres. With a 1:07.7 entry time, you expected her to be the leader in this heat, and she's putting together a really good performance, keeping that stroke rate up nice and high, those legs going. Megan has established herself in a clear second place now, but the battle for third between Mia over in lane 0 is tightening up, but 1:07.65 from Henrietta to take heat 5 out. Megan in second and Imogen in third. But third through 6 only separated by 0.6 of a second in that heat, and that might be the difference between progressing to the final or not. The positive news, though, the top 6 all under the national age qualifying time.
Now that is some depth. That is some impressive performances from our 13-year-old girls in this 100-metre backstroke as we move on to our 6th and final heat.
Yeah, we weren't talking about 6 in total. We're talking about 6 in
From
one heat. 6 in one heat. So we saw Lucy Ma last night. Absolutely outstanding performance. Expected to continue here. She sort of saw the standard that Henrietta set in the previous heat, and we'll see if she can respond. But off the wall, it is Tiffany Miette from Melbourne Vic Centre who got the best of the starts and does lead through that first 25.
Tiffany always so great off her skills, particularly those starts. I don't think I've seen many races with Tiffany in it that I haven't commented, because it's so clear just how impressive they are.
And it took Lucy the remains of that first 50 to catch up as they turned 1/100th of a second apart at the 50-metre mark. So that shows the importance of those underwater skills, because after the 15-metre mark, there's only 35 metres left, so you have to make a fair bit of ground back up in that free swimming speed. Lucy has just slightly moved ahead in this second 50, keeping that tempo up nice and high, gradually extending her lead over Tiffany. Is going to take out this 6th and final heat in a 1:07.98. Fantastic swim from Tiffany as well, and Sierra in third.
They've done it again. 6 girls once again under that national time, so almost our top 15, I think.
It's just
national
ridiculous.
qualifiers. That's great.
No, we had 7 there. 7 in that heat. That's
Baffled.
that's unbelievable. So yeah, you know, yeah. If you thought you were top 20 in the state and you had your national time. You're not even in with a sniff of making the final. We might have to introduce some B finals. This is too tough in our 13-year-old age group.
I think it's going to be a really exciting final tonight. Those top 3 girls there, all around that 107 mark. So definitely going to be a nice little battle between them.
As we now move along to event 47, the boys 13 years 100-metre backstroke. So the boys, as we were mentioning before, they can qualify for age nationals from the age of 14. So some of these boys may be turning 14 before age nationals, but as part of that development that we're talking about with the H2O Grow program, boys tend to mature a little bit later, so that's why the age groups start a little bit later at that national level, because we really want to encourage participation ahead of performance at that younger age. And then as we start to get older, that's when we're starting to think about our performance. Participation is number one, performance is secondary. This is another one of our Nick Bromwald Victorian records and Victorian all-comers record. Sits at Victorian age record sits at 59.00, set in 2011. The fastest time he swam in Victoria, which is what the all-comers record means. That's the fastest time swam in the state of Victoria, sits at a 59.59. And once again, just for reference, I know we're now up to the 13-year-old boys, but that is still under the open national qualifying time, so it does show that Nick's records were incredible as Jaden takes out heat 1 in a 1:11.53, which, surprisingly enough,
I was waiting for it.
All 3 athletes hitting PBs. So some just absolutely incredible performance. They've obviously been listening to their coaches, been putting the work in at training and building to the excitement of state age here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. So unlike the girls, we just have the 4 heats of the boys. So the girls won that battle as well, had more heats. As we move on to our first of our seeded heats in here in heat 2. And surprise, surprise, our Japanese visitor in lane 4.
Great
Suka,
skills.
popped up at the 14-metre mark in the lead. So currently, based on the seed times, we're expecting around that 1:12.5 to be needed to make the final, but we know they've been swimming very rapid, our 13-year-olds so far this meet, so wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit faster than that. Suka has maintained his lead from that start, that nice high stroke rate he's got going. Coming up alongside him in lane 5 is Chris, and also swimming well in lane 2 from D5 Swimming Club is Angus Goodison.
Yeah, this is a really nice second 50 from Chris Zhu. He might not have quite done enough to get in front of Saku Yamada. Very tight on the finish, but it will be Saku 1:07.27 just ahead of Chris 1:07.45, and Angus finishes in third 1:07.75.
And based on that first heat, I think we can guarantee that you're going to need faster than the currently 10th seeded time to progress to the final.
Yeah, I'm looking through the field in the next couple of heats, and I think there's some kids who last night and yesterday put on some stellar performances, had some really nice drops, and yeah, it's not going to surprise me if they do it again today. Now, speaking of good skills and underwater, that was a very, very nice breakout in lane 4 by Aiden Ramos there.
Getting the second best of the starts was Xavier Gray in lane 8, but now moving through into second place is Kepler Schneiders in lane 5, with Fraser Nagel in 3 not far behind. But it is Aiden who's maintained that advantage he gained on the start. Got the furthest off the wall off that turn as well, as the 3 centre lanes start to pull ahead here in heat 3 of the boys' 13 years 100-metre backstroke.
Yeah, Kepi just creeping up ever so slightly on Aiden's hip here as they come down with 15 metres left to swim. But it looks like Aiden's going to have done enough just based on those skills to hold on to this lead here. And it's a quick swim as well, 104.31. Kepler in second, 105.05, and Fraser Nagel in third, 107.17. So all 3 of those boys a little bit faster than the previous heat. And it's definitely looking like you're going to have to go sub 110 to be a part of this final.
Yeah, so we've had 8 swimmers at a 109.9 or faster. And the 10-seater time coming in, I'll remind you, it was a 110.29. 110.29 was the 10-seater time. So you're going to need to be well and truly under that 110 to be feeling comfortable at the moment as we move on to our 4th and final heat. So lane 4 and 5, Xavier and Jacques, nice and strong through this opening 25. Xavier's entry time is a 104.58, so we'll look to see how close he can go to that this morning.
Oh,
as they turn together through this first 50 in a 31.59. Both of them keeping that stroke rate up nice and high as they move into that final 25.
Ishak just picking up that rating a little more here, starting to pull away from Xavier as they come down under the flags. So it will be Ishak Ismail in first, 105.12. Xavier Tay second, 105.87. And then third will go to Christopher Lee in a time of 107.36.
107s. 107s to make the final. Are just flying here this morning at the Day 2 session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championship here at MSAC, as we now move on to event 48, the girls 15 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Our Victorian age group record was set in 2018 by Olivia Lafoe at 102.26. Very fast swim, but it's not completely out of the question. There is some swimmers that are starting to get towards that mark, with our leading seed coming from Jessie Steinem, who's in the 104 range, so she's heading down towards Olivia Lafoe's Victorian age group record. For our 15-year-old girls, with 4 heats, those who are chasing an age national time have to go under the 110 barrier, so 109.86.
That's quite a lot under that time just based on entries. So,
and that doesn't mean they'll have qualified for nationals, because you have to qualify post nationals this year. So even though your entry time might be faster than the national qualifying time, You do want to make sure you can, if possible, you can tick it off here, because it has to be after the previous year's national championships.
Some nice swims from outside lanes at the moment. Amber Lark over in 2, having a good start to this 100 backstroke, as is Leah Betson over on this side of the pool in lane 8.
And it is Amber who takes the opening heat out in a 1:13.36. Yes, another PB, just in case you were wondering, from a number of our swimmers in that heat. So well done again. As we now move on to the first of the seeded heats for our 15-year-old girls 100 backstroke, heat 2. And swimming in seeded heats is an experience, especially for those athletes who are ranked somewhere between 23 to 30, because in the non-seeded heat competitions, which are just straight finals, they'd be used to being in the heat, possibly towards the centre of the pool in their heat, where they might be the fastest athlete, whereas now they're coming up against athletes that have got a much faster entry time, and you do have to make sure you're focusing on your own race, disregarding what's happening on either side of you, not worrying if you're feeling like you're behind, because that's the way the seeding is designed. At the centre of the pool theoretically should be ahead, but to race your own race and use that opportunity to race against someone who is faster than you and learn from it.
So great underwater there, Mia Roberts in 3, but the girls in the centre of the pool have just worked their way back into the race here. Turning in first, it will be Grace Dobie in a time of 33.50. Not too far behind her was Isabel Donnett, 33.59. And then Mia turned in third, 33.62. And
she used that fantastic underwater again in that second 50 to re-establish her lead. And she's looking to hold it underneath the 15-metre rope, with Grace coming strongly. So will Mia be able to hold on in here in heat 2? And she does, and touches in a time of 1:08.27, with Grace in second and Isabel in third. So 3 swimmers under the 1:10 barrier in the first of our seeded heats, as we now move along to heat 3.
I always enjoy watching the different start positions in the backstroke, depending on where athletes' strength lies. If they're quite a bit stronger in their upper body, you might tend to see them up a lot higher, getting themselves pulled right up out of the water.
Yeah, that position on the backstroke start does seem to be a bit more unique to you. Like breaststroke has a bit more of a unique technique. The dives tend to, off the blocks, seems to be a bit more standardised, whereas that hip position, head position in the backstroke start, how high someone pulls up, does seem to be a bit more of a unique position to each and every individual. And it's all about experimenting and playing with that ledge to get comfortable with it and understand how it can help you and what you need to do with it.
The girls go around here, quite similar front end speed to their previous heat, around that 33.3 up to 33.6 for our leaders. It was Amelia Bassick over in 2 who led us through, but coming down this final 50 really well, Arissa Liu in lane 4, just showcasing why she's the fastest seed in this heat. Her time there, 1:08.51. Second will go to Liliana Jones, 1:09.14. And Eloise Ravensdale over in 6 picks up third in that heat, 109.67.
So once again, 3 more athletes under the 110, and all those athletes that were under the 110 in that heat also under their age national qualifying time as we head towards the 4th and final heat of the girls' 15 years 100-metre backstroke.
Doily there, nice underwater. She held it really, really well.
Got very close to the 15-metre mark.
It's always that tiptoe. You want to perfect it to be right on the line. And if you're like me and not that great of a backstroke swimmer, getting 30 metres of underwaters in a 100-metre race is definitely a bonus.
So it is Zara Reynolds who leads through the first 50 in a 32.0.
So the girls in this heat out a fair bit faster. There's 3 girls who have turned in that 32 range. But Jessie Steinman, great second 50. She holds that rate so well throughout. She'll be sick of me saying it because I talk about her rating all the time, but it's just impressive that she can hold it throughout the 100, and even when she does the 200, manages to hold it really well.
It's unchanged throughout, and she takes this heat in a 106.34 ahead of Lucy and Zara in third. As we now move along to event 49, the boys' 15 years 100-metre backstroke. Have 5 heats, and behind the blocks is heat 1. So our Victorian record is another one of our Nick Bromwell records, 56.88. For our 15-year-old boys, set back in 2013. At that time, Nick was challenging sort of for semi-finals at an open level. Those 15-year-olds looking for their age group national time. It's a 104.85. Which again, you're probably going to need to be somewhere in that range, possibly a little bit faster, if you'd like it to make it back for the final tonight. A strong second 50 here from Joel is going to get him the heat win in this opening heat in a 108.25, cracking the 110 barrier for the first time.
I think we should get a little treat every time there's a heat of PBs.
I'm not sure we'll be able to walk by the end of the week.
Little Christmas advent calendar chocolate per race.
Even start across the field here, with Tyler just fractionally getting the best of the starts in lane 6.
But moving through in this second 25 of the opening 50 is Terence Tang in lane 5 and Valen in lane 3. Now the only two boys that were under that 32-second mark in that first 50. And in this last 25 in this 100 back, so it's really important that you keep that tempo going, get that head back, hips and feet up. Those legs will be starting to burn. So it's all important to keep those good body position going. Terence is holding on to his early lead and is going to take heat 2 out in a 106.70. Once again, taking a good chunk of time off his personal best, with Daniel finishing in second and Valen in third. Also well and truly under their entry time.
Man, I'm having a great time this morning. Always makes these bit longer heat sessions more enjoyable when we've got some great racing to watch. And
yeah, regardless of what heat the athlete's in, it's always good to see them focused, getting out after it and putting in a good performance.
Tip-top execution.
As we move on to our first of our seeded heats here for our boys. 15 years, 100-metre backstroke. So see Harrison Main in lane 4, up for his second swim of the morning. And unusually, he's not out first. It was in lane 5. Osbert Gu, our visitor from Phoenix Aquatic, who had the best of the underwaters and has maintained that lead through this first 50. And leads through in a time of 28.55. So really good early speed with Harrison in second and Oscar Dingwall in third.
Osbert really good off the turn too. You tend to see if an athlete is good off the start, generally it means their dolphin kick, their underwater is really solid. So they're going to want to utilise that at the 100-metre, the 50-metre wall turn.
And he's maintained that lead he gained on the start and is holding it all the way through to the finish here in Heat 3 and takes that under the minute in 59.85. A really good swim. Harrison in second and Oscar in third.
So we do have a couple more visitors coming up. Just keep in mind, only 2 spots in the final for those visitors.
Yes, so both Oscar and Osbert knew that they needed to put in a really good performance there because there's visitors in both the last 2 heats that can challenge them for those 2 available non-Victorian spots in the final.
Now, speaking of good underwaters, Eli Billman, he's pretty efficient on those underwaters. Great butterflyer, so you can turn it over and execute those fly kicks on his back superbly, and he's out really quickly there in lane 3.
And that's not always the case, the ability to go from your front to your back with your dolphin kick. It is a slightly different motion, and so it's really good that he can transfer that skill across and use it to his advantage to get out nice and fast here in a 29.08. Leading through the 50 from Luca. Luca's now taken over in this second 50. Really that stroke rate that we always know with Luca. He's going to be nice and aggressive, keeping those hips up nice and high, keeping those arms turning over nice and fast. He's really accelerated away here in this second 50 and is going to take out heat 4. Also going under the minute, 59.81. So once we saw one, the other boys thought they needed to respond with Eli maintaining second place.
I thought that was a well-swam race by Luca. Didn't go out too hard and then just really motored through that last part.
Yeah, so the drop-off in backstroke is probably the smallest drop-off you're going to see across the 4 strokes.
the good swimmers are starting to look towards maintaining that close to about 1 second drop off from first 50 to second 50, obviously based on personal preference. Some swimmers like to go out a little bit stronger, others like to hold back a little bit. Those ones that hold back might be trying to get under a second between their first and second 50. Those ones that are more aggressive, maybe it's a 1.5 to 2 seconds drop off between first and second 50 speed. So it is the centre of the pool once again with Jiwoo and Lewis leading through that first 25. So out in 29.3 and 29.4. So now we'll see how close to the minute they can get. So it's going to have to be a nice strong second 50 if they're looking to challenge that magical minute barrier. But also not going away in lane 6 is Bart. He's trying to reduce that margin.
Party, great 50 freestyler, great 100 freestyler. Recently started doing more of these backstroke races, mixing it up. But onto the wall, Jiwoo Jeong there, 101.02, just ahead of Louis G, 101.50. And then Lemuel Janasa in lane 3 picks up third, 102.07.
Just a reminder, the age national qualifying time for our 15-year-old boys is a 104.85. So, yes.
We're not even talking about it.
No, it's just like you had to go way faster than that to even think about making the final. As we move now along to event 50, the girls 16 years, 100-metre freestyle. We have 5 heats in the water. Is heat 1.
Splash and dash.
Salia White, as usual, off to a nice strong start. With Grace Richards from Surrey Park also going out nice and strongly over in lane 2. So just like we saw a few of those boys break the magical minute mark, our 16-year-old girls will be looking to do the same thing in our 100 freestyle. We've got a number that are getting very close, a few already under. So we'll look to see how many sub-minute swims we can have from our 16-year-old girls here in the heats of our 100 freestyle.
Definitely one of those more exciting barriers to break through, going from looking up and seeing like the 100 to just that 59. It looks so much nicer on the board.
It feels about 10 seconds faster. And Salia does lead from start to finish in a nice time of 102.98. So our Victorian age group record stands at a 55.60 set in 2022 by Isabella Boyd. We obviously know that our female sprinting depth in Australia has been incredible. A 55.60 would probably make nearly every other country's 4x100 freestyle relay team. But a 55.60 in Australia is a, oh, well done, thanks for participating.
Good job. So it's the girls on the far side of the pool kind of stacking out this first 50. Turning in first there, Eliza Connolly, 29.79. Not far behind was Genevieve Dennis, 29.87. And sneaking under that 30-second mark in the first 50, Eloise Pride, 29.99.
So that's the first part. If you want to get close to the minute, you do need to get under 30 seconds in that first 50. So here in Heat 2, we have a few that did that. Don't expect them under the minute just yet, but they're giving themselves a chance to get pretty close. And it is Genevieve who's holding on nice and strongly in lane 1 and is going to take Heat 2 out in a 102.98. But Eliza in second and Rose in third. She's got her head down from the flags into the wall and finish on a nice full stroke to get that touch there to take Heat 2 out.
once again in a nice little PB as we move on to the first of our seeded heats for our girls 16 years 100-metre freestyle. So Eve Anderson in lane 4 has been under the minute before. Jessica Whiting in lane 3, taking out nice and strongly in that first 25. So our Tarragon swimmer does lead through that first 25, just ahead of Eve Anderson.
Yeah, Jessica Whiting, she's such a good little pocket rocket. Had a great short course season. Really enjoys these sprint events, the 50s, the ones.
So out in 28.5, that's giving yourself a chance to go sub-minute.
You can just see, though, Eve Anderson bringing in that massive kick down this second 50.
Yeah, those legs are not stopping moving from either of them. Jess is not giving up, though. She's taking the battle up to Eve. They're going stroke for stroke underneath the flags. Who is going to take Heat 3 out? And it will be Eve in a 58.80.
That's a good feeling. Heat's 58. She'll be feeling good coming into the finals this evening. Jessica Whiting also under the minute mark for her. Her entry time 1:00.27, so she'd been hovering around it. It's a bit of relief when you see it as well.
So strong standards set in that opening seeded heat here for the girls 16 years 100 freestyle as we move now to heat 4. Sophia Ballon from Westing Aquatic Academy, again under the minute. She's gone in the 58s before, getting off to a nice strong start and extending that lead through the first 25 metres, sort of getting a half body minute clear of the swimmers on both her sides, Ava Canty and Annabelle Jorgensen. So again, she's at 28.4, so it gives herself a good chance to post a time well and truly under that minute mark. The challenge will be for Ava and Annabelle to see how close to the minute they can go. That strong kick from Sophia. She's continued to extend her lead here in this second 50 as she comes under the flags and into touch in a 58.47 with Ava in second and Brianna getting up for third. So we've had 6 swimmers under that 101 barrier. So we're talking about the magical minute barrier, whereas Alicia Clark here has an entry time of 56.41. So she's now starting to push towards, can she think about getting into that 55-second range and getting close to Isabel Boyd's Victorian record.
Yeah, she's looking nice here this morning. She's actually taken it out really quickly for a heat 27.75. Bella Murchie went out well also, 28.60.
Looking really comfortable here. Smooth, relaxed, nice and long, strong kick. Doesn't seem to be under much pressure at all.
She's just cruising this one in.
And just a 56.9 when you're nice and relaxed. With Bella also going sub-minute. And Zara finishing in third. As we now move along to event 51, the boys 16 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 5 heats. And I think this Victorian record is an example of why you make sure you give every event a go. It's set in 2013 by none other than Matt Horton at a 50.35. Mac would be the first to say that he wasn't a sprinter. He loved to sprint.
if he could get a choice, but, you know, he made sure that he did his 100 freestyle because that was going to help his 200s and 400s and 800s and 1500s. And where no one's been able to get close since 2013. There will be a couple of boys in the last couple of heats that will go, I might want to think about it. Not sure if they're going to do it this morning, but they're heading in the right direction. And in heat 1, James got out first at the 50, maintained it through 55.59, and yes, with that laugh, you know what's happened, another huge PB.
It's so great to see athletes, these 16, 17, 18-year-olds. Quite often that's the age where we see swimmers plateau a little bit, or, you know, we're balancing other things, so we're struggling to get personal bests, and these guys are just, they're not having a bar of that.
National age group qualifying time for our 16-year-old boys is a 55.04. Normally I wouldn't be thinking about mentioning that in heat 2, but
it nearly went in heat 1.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me based on how this morning is going. Nice even start across the field here, and lane 2, Thomas Costello will lead through this first 50 in a nice 27.09. But all the boys are within 0.9 of a second of each other. So it's all about this third 25. Who can maintain their speed? Now it's Maximilian who's taken over the lead in lane 1. And also swimming really well down in lane 8 is Alfie. Thomas is responding, but Alfie does look like he snuck into the lead in lane 8 and will take this heat out in a nice swift time. No, Thomas did respond in a 56.56. with Maximilian and then Alfie in third.
Those finishes, so important. We see it all the time at that international level, the difference that absolutely nothing a fingernail makes on the wall.
So move on to our seeded heats now. Henry Allen from Bendigo East in lane 4. Off to the best start. With Lachlan Rundell in lane 6. Trying to stay with him as long as he can through this first 35 metres. So Henry does lead through under 25 seconds. Really strong turn. Stayed underwater. Got through the 9 metre mark. George Huang over in lane 1. 100 freestyle is not his forte, but he's putting up an absolutely cracker heat swim here. He obviously wants to be in the final tonight.
This is a dominant performance by Henry Allen, though. He had such a great national age earlier this year. Snuck a medal in the 50, and he's just gone 51.72.
I told you there'd be some boys wanting to start thinking about Mac's record.
And that is a bit of a message to the next couple of heats. Catch me if you can. This is the time. What have you got?
It's been moved now to heat 4. Farwin slightly behind off that start, but he's not. Again, this is another athlete that you wouldn't normally see in 100 freestyle, but 100 freestyle brings out everyone. As Max Hussey is leading through that first 50, just ahead of Harry and Yuan, turning 25.4. It's not quite as fast as the heat before, but still out nice and strongly.
Oliver McCormack's just starting to shift gears here, bring himself into the race, but those 3 boys in the middle, Max Hussey breathing towards the 2 golden lanes there so he can see what's going on the whole time. And he's just going to finish this super strongly there as it comes down to touch. 53.31. Yuan in second, 54.12, and Harry will finish in third, 54.25.
As we move on to our 5th and final heat. Great start by Owen in lane 3. And he leads through that first 25. Sam Welsh is responding and coming up alongside his shoulder. Also swimming well. Really is the entire field.
Like, I was going to say, it's very close.
You cannot split them through this first 50. They're all thinking that, you know, oh, I've got a chance to make this final if I can just sneak into third place in this heat. So Sam does lead through the first 50 with Owen in second.
Out in this side of the pool, Kane Boonen in lane 8. He came off the wall really well too, so kind of still anyone's game. Sam Welsh, though.
Absolutely fantastic second 50. He's just accelerated, kept that legs going into the wall, and a nice time of 52.56. And I think he's got more front-end speed to show tonight. With Owen in second and Zachary getting into the wall in third. So that's going to be another great race to watch tonight. Number of chances there to take that out.
I could see something a little bit special as well, bringing some finals adrenaline. I imagine there'll be a bit more loud slapping going on.
So our next event is event 54, the girls 14 years 200 metre breaststroke. Fantastic to see the support on pool deck underneath the beautiful Mountain Shade Swimming Victoria sun protection. Mountain Shade is a partner and is an Australian team delivering heavy duty shade protection at quality prices. All Swimming Victoria clubs and districts can contact Mountain Shade for exclusive discounts. It's great that they are able to provide that shade over on pool deck. Makes the atmosphere and hanging out areas over there great. It's always a good spot to hang out. Support your teammates. Watch them compete.
And I'm just impressed with the amount of Geelong swimmers on the side of the pool when half of their club seem to be in this next heat. 3 girls side by side, 0, 1 and 2. Always nice to have the opportunity to race alongside teammates.
Our Victorian age group record stands in a 2:30.5 set, 5.2 set in 2018 by Tara Kinder. Tara overnight made the final of the 400 metre individual medley at World Short Course, finishing in 7th place. This was Tara's debut on the Australian Dolphins team. She's putting together some very good swims during the meet, and it was fantastic that she got in her first individual final at a World Championship level. And I think we do allow Deb not to be on the mic, her mum, so she's often on the announcing mic. She can go watch
as sad
Tara
as I am
compete.
to not have her on pool deck, that iconic pink hair always brings a smile to my face.
Yes. Both our Victorian team members on the World Short Course team had some fantastic volunteers as parents. Anthony Schlitt, who unfortunately passed away the day after David was named onto this team, was always another one of our announcers, technical officials. Both him and Deb have put in countless hours that we wouldn't be able to operate these meets without them and all the other fantastic technical officials that we have.
And most of them, they're here day in, day out, 5 days, early starts, late finishes. And when we come into finals and we still see them on deck with a smile on their face, having a little boogie to the DJ, you know, I think that's what it's all about.
So here in the opening heat of our girls' 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. If you're wondering who the fastest person to ever swim this race as a 14-year-old in Victoria, it's Lisa Jones back in 2000. So this was been in the lead up to the Sydney Olympics. A month before the Sydney Olympics, she swam a 2:27.33. So no one's gone faster than Lisa as a 14-year-old when she made her Olympic team debut in Sydney.
Pretty crazy to think that just in a couple of weeks, that 25 years ago.
I can't get my head around that. I still feel the
maths isn't mathing. I don't think
the maths is not mathing. When I look at date of births in the 2000s, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. A really strong swim here in lane 3 from Zoe Gant from Surrey Park. And she looks like she's going to take our opening heat out of the girls' 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. And going to go very close to breaking that 3-minute mark with a 3:01.25. Yes, and just in case you're wondering, a big chunk off her personal best.
I think maybe we should just start announcing if they don't do personal best.
It could be quicker. We might save on the word count. So we are now moving on to our first of our seeded heats. A big barrier, that 3-minute barrier to break for the first time. And you're probably going to need to swim under 3 minutes if you're looking to make it back for a final tonight. So that 3-minute barrier, so that's 45 seconds per 50. So that first 50, you get a little bit extra speed. So then that second, third and fourth 50, sort of having to hold around that 47-second mark if you're going to challenge breaking that 3-minute barrier, which we expect a number of our athletes here in our first of our seeded heats to do.
I think the key in the 200 breaststroke is to not overdo it in that first 50. You can be that little bit more relaxed, a little bit closer to the other splits, which you might not do in other 200-metre events. But this one can really creep up on you, and all of a sudden that lactic acid will just hit you like a ton of bricks, and you'll start spinning the wheels up and down on the spot. So we really want to try and avoid that.
And although it is a leg-dominated stroke, when you that last 50 in a 200 breaststroke, your forearms are burning just as much as your leg from that strong pull and grab on that water. So it's all about trying to be as smooth and as efficient as you can under that fatiguing pressure. As Leona does turn through the 100 in a 1:19, so under 1:20 on the first 100. So really nice speed with Eve in second and Vera in third. Leona's getting really good distance per stroke, as we can see her driving and squeezing tall between each stroke, stretching out, making sure she's finishing her kick off before she's tempted to start her next arm stroke. You want to get that maximum value out of your kick, and if you start your next pull before those feet have snapped together, you're creating extra resistance and losing that value out of your kick.
So just interestingly enough, the first two girls in this heat, their 100-metre split is actually the 100-metre national time. They've gone out under national qualifying time.
There's nothing surprising me anymore this week. The quality of swimming is absolutely incredible. Leona just gradually extending the lead here, getting a little bit more distance out of every stroke compared to Eve, pulling ahead in this second 100 with 15 metres left to swim, keeping that tempo nice and high, but getting good reward from every stroke and driving forward, stretching tall, and going to swim well and truly under the 3-minute and 250 barrier in a 2:47.05. Eve coming in second place, and Vera for third.
So 5 under 3 minutes in the first of the seeded heats. I think we're definitely looking to be under that 2:59 mark.
So national age qualifying time for our 14-year-old girls is a 2:55.86. So our first two swimmers were under that. And Vera got very close. As we move now along to heat 3. It's a nice even start across the board here in heat 3. And Sophie in lane 4 is now starting to use that extra distance she's getting out of each stroke to just pull ahead slightly through this opening 50. A little bit short on that wall, which will lock her up, make it a little bit harder to get round as she turns first in a 37.40. Once again, we can see how she's finishing that kick off before she's moving on to her next stroke. Driving off those legs, stretching out nice and tall with her arms, waiting for her to feel her feet come together before she moves on to her next stroke. So our St Leonard College athlete is going to go through this 100 in the lead, under the 120 mark in a 1:18.69. It's good to see nearly our entire field getting their feet past the flags off that split stroke through the 100-metre turn. So Sophie continues to drive forward off those legs in this third 50. The third 50 is always the most challenging one to maintain that speed that you've set in that second 50. You've got your early speed through that first 50, maintain it in that second, try and match what you've hit in that second 50 on that third, and then everything you've got left through this last turn. Again, a little bit short stroke onto that wall, but again, once again, good split stroke getting out to that 8-metre mark off the wall before she surface pops up. Nice tight battle for third between Zoe and Waylon. And that third place might be all important for a spot in tonight's final. Sophie's just continuing to extend her lead here in heat 3. She moves out to almost a 5-metre lead. And will take out heat 3 and a nice swim of 2:45.24. And that battle for third could be all important as we come underneath the flags. And it is Zoe who gets the touch in 2:55.45, just ahead of Waylon. And again, we had 6 swimmers under that 3-minute mark here. 4 under that 56. The top 3 under the 14-year-old girls' age national qualifying time. As we move on to our 4th and final heat, which does contain a couple of our visitors here, but starting very strongly in lane 7 is Joanne. We saw her put together an absolutely fabulous swim yesterday in the 200 individual medley. So we'll look to see how she goes in this 200 breaststroke. If she can continue her strong form from yesterday's. He is going to lead through that first 50 in a 38.1 ahead of Mia and Keisha. So Joanne continues to lead as we pass the 75-metre mark. But the three girls on her inside are not letting her get away. Those four have pulled ahead of the rest of the field. But Joanne, they moved up on her for the first 25 of this 50, but she re-established her nearly body length lead in that second 25. So we're not out quite as fast as those opening two seeded heats here. Just a little bit over that 121 mark as we turn through the 100. And now we'll see who can make the move through this second 100. So Anne in lane 4 has definitely moved into a clear second place and is starting to close down on Joanne, who's been leading from the very beginning. A little bit of a long glide into the wall from Joanne. That's going to give Anne the momentum heading into this last 50. Anne has the fastest entry time of 2:44.10. So we expect her to be able to pick up this speed a little bit in this last 50. She has moved into the lead with 25 metres to go in heat 4 of the girls' 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. So gradually she's extending that lead over Joanne. Joanne hadn't broken the 3 minutes before today, but she's going to go way under that when she comes in second place. Under her national time as well as Keisha. So fantastic swim there. 4 swimmers under that age national time here in heat 4. So nice strong swimming from our girls, 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. Our next event is event 55 for boys 14 years 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. Our Victorian record was set in 2019. 2:19.73 by William Petrick. Will went on to represent Australia at the recent Paris Olympic Games in the 200 and 400 metre individual medley. Will is going to be at NSAC later in the week doing some signing for our athletes. We might see if we can get him come down and join us on Swimming Victoria's coverage here on KO Freebies and YouTube. Through the first 50, it is Max who's leading. The 14-year-old boys have a national qualifying time of 2:39.35. And Max, our Starplex visitor, has got a body length lead as we approach the 100-metre turn. But is nice and tight for second between James, Damien and Ayan. So Max that through that in that 1:17.3. Nice, strong first 100. So again, these boys are starting to think about how can I challenge that 2:40 barrier here. Because that 2:40 barrier is going to put them close to that national time. And you do need to get out well and truly under that 1:20 mark. Getting out in 1:17 there by Max gives him a chance. So James has now taken over the lead through the 150-metre turn and does work that wall nice and strongly to maintain his lead. Now starting to come through in lane 4 is Gabrielle. It was nice and conservative, the MLC swimmer, in that first 100, but he's really put the pressure on in this second 100. Kept that tempo up, increased the tempo, but he's still getting good distance out of each stroke, driving forward off those legs, squeezing tall and tight, and he is going to take heat 1 out here of the boys, 14 years, 100-metre breaststroke in a 2:39.76, with James in second and Mark Damien in third. One under that 240 barrier there. We'll see how many can join in these later heats. That sort of 243 is probably where you're going to need to be if you want to make it back for tonight's final for our boys, 14 years, 200-metre breaststroke. And again, it's our visitor that are setting the early standard, with Rick popping up first through that first 15 metres in lane 3. But now swimming strongly in lane 5 and will lead through this first 50 quite comfortably is Luca. Luca, another one of our country athletes, swimming out of Echuca Swimming Club, making the trip down to Melbourne for this week.
Lucas had quite a successful last 12 months. I've seen him popping up in finals all over, between country championships, state championships.
And while he's managing to keep his tempo nice and high here, he's still getting good distance per stroke as he works his way through the first 100 in a 1:13.87, so a little bit faster than that first heat, which turned through in a 1:17. We'll see if we can maintain that speed here in this second 100.
Seeing Harold Sue there, got that much longer glide phase of his breaststroke, really undulating through there.
And you'd think Harold, similar to his teammate in the first heat, is going to look to work this second 100. He's definitely not letting Luca get away from him. He's moved through and moving into second place, where he was sitting a little bit further back earlier in the race. And he's just maintaining that sort of body length and a half distance behind Luca through the 150. So that they're all those top 3 in that 41 lows through that third 50. We'll see if they can match it or maybe even increase to a 40 point in this last 25 metres of this last 50.
That gap is closing up there. I'm not sure whether anyone's going to have quite enough to catch up to Luca here.
Yeah, Luca is starting to shorten up a little bit over this last 25 metres. Not quite getting that distance out of each stroke he was in the first 100. Whereas Harold is maintaining his stroke length, but Luca has done enough to take heat 2 out in a 2:36.46, ahead of Harold and Rick in third, with top 4 swimmers breaking that 2:40 barrier. Our top 3 swimmers there are under the aged national qualifying time as we move on to our third and final heat of our boys, 14 years, 200-metre breaststroke, here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And in lane 5, Ryan Geng off to the best of the starts.
Byron really great over 50 and 100-metre breaststroke. Loves a sprint race. He's got a lot of front-end speed. Can really get his rating up high when he needs to as well there. You'll notice our fastest qualifier here, Leon in lane 4, more suited to that 200 breaststroke style, so we probably expect to see him a little better in the second 100.
But all those top 4 athletes are doing a really good job of keeping that distance in that stroke in this first 100. Stretching out nice and tall between each stroke, keeping it long. The challenge will be to maintain that at speed through this second 100. When those forearms will start to burn, those legs will start to tire, and it's really hard to finish those strokes off and drive forward and keep nice and tall. Good speed through the 100, with Byron turning in a 1:12.29. So Xavier Eagle making a good move through that turn. Has come back up alongside Byron. And looks so much taller through his swimming than he actually is. He's getting really good height and length out of his stroke.
It's certainly a skill to be able to be so long in the water. Even taller athletes can sometimes struggle to look long in the pool.
40.25 for that third 50 from Xavier to gain sort of 0.6 for the second on Byron. And here comes Leon. It was slowly building through that 50, 100, 150, but he's upped his tempo while maintaining that stroke length here, and he's closing that distance down. But I think Xavier might have just done enough to take this third and final heat out of our 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke in a time of 2:32.75. Really good swim there from Xavier. Leon on second and Byron in third. So definitely set the standard, that third and final heat. Those 3 boys under the 2:35 mark. With Xavier cracking the 2:40 barrier for the first time and just dropping down to a 2:32 to easily surpass his national qualifying time of 2:39. As we now move along to event 56, the girls 12 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats, with heat 1 on the blocks.
Quite a few girls in this field sitting around that 110 mark, so it'd be nice to see if we could, you know, scrape in a couple of 19s. Knowing the girls, they'll probably just throw in a 106 to spice up the morning.
Nothing would surprise me at this stage. So all of our heats are seated here with just the 3 heats. So we'll be looking for some fast times here in heat 1. And Amelia leads through this first heat in a 32.90. She's got out nice and fast. So butterfly's the hardest stroke to maintain that speed, and the drop-off is the biggest out of the 4 strokes in the 100-metre event. But getting out in a 32.9 has given herself a good chance to swim under the 110 mark. And she's been doing a really good job at it. Tempo hasn't changed. Still keeping that kick nice and strong, still keeping that good length of her stroke as she comes underneath the flags, and is going to go under the 110 in this opening heat in 109.68.
She's got a little bit of a glide onto the wall there too, so coming into the finals tonight, I'd imagine that 109 will definitely score her a place in there. She's got the opportunity to improve on that. I think she could nearly go around that 1.8 mark, to be honest.
Yeah, with that finish, I did get a little bit worried that I'd gone a little bit early. It was a long glide into the finish, but that's always something you can work on from heats to finals to improve. I'm sure she'll talk to her coach, and they'll work on whether that's adjusting or realising when you're 7 or 8 metres out. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit long on the wall. Do I need to extend my last 4 strokes, or just shorten them up slightly so I can add a 5th stroke so I can finish on a full stroke? And that's all skill and practice. Do it in training, do it in racing, so you understand. Because you can't make the adjustment on the last stroke. That's too late.
Yeah. And particularly, I was going to say, for the 12-year-old girls, they haven't had all that much race experience, particularly at a competition such as states. You are swimming faster than your personal best, so you're moving quicker. Everything's going to be a little bit different coming into that wall. So that's where those little skills and that's the opportunity to race it over and over and repeat them are going to be really helpful to these girls in the future. Especially
in our butterfly events, because when you're in a training environment, if you're a conscientious person and you've got multiple people in your lane, sometimes you don't want to finish on a full stroke because you might hit the people who are standing at the wall already. So you tend to just glide into the wall, but you need to practice nailing that finish, finishing on a full stroke every single time.
Kira Delaney here in 5. She was out very fast and she's doing everything she can to hold on to the win here. She'll take out heat 2 in that nice little 108 there, 0.91. Kimberly Chen in lane 6. She'll finish second, 109.80. So another one sneaking under that 110 mark.
Yeah, so 6 swimmers, 111s and faster. So 6 swimmers under the 112 with 1 heat to go. Strong start across the field here in our third and final heat of our girls 12 years 100 metre butterfly. This is another Victorian state record held by Gemma Schlitt at a 104.34 set back in 2010. And so Nagisa leads through this first 50 in a 32.0. Headed Jomana, who had a fantastic swim last night to take up a Victorian state title. But there's Nagisa, who is continuing to lead and extending this lead in this third 25 out to almost a body length clear.
Some crazy mobility through those shoulders there from that swimmer, Nagisa, in lane 5. She throws those arms over. Another 108.
We did say there was going to be some under the 110, and they have definitely not disappointed.
There's going to be quite a lot of those girls around that 111 mark too, so always love it when we get close finals, especially for those minor placings as well. Every point counts, and we spoke about the point score earlier. It is quite tight, so if you can sneak in an extra 1 or 2 points from your club in every race, they're going to add up, and they're going to add up quickly.
Yeah, the difference between 10th and 11th is obviously massive. 11th doesn't score any points, whereas 10th does, but then 10th to 6th can only be a matter of 0.4 or 5 of a second, but those points start to really accumulate. As we're moving on to event 57, the boys 12 years 100 metre butterfly. We have 5 heats. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 101.76 set in 2014 by Oliver Nash. So Xander Gill from Albury Amateur Swim Club, our visitor from the border, has put together a fantastic first 50. Going out nice and strong with Patrick alongside him. So Patrick has taken over the lead through that middle 25 and put together a fantastic third 25 to extend out to almost a 2 body length lead at the 75 metre mark. He's doing a really good job at keeping his rhythm going while maintaining a good body position, keeping those hips up nice and high. Just as we get into the last 15 metres, that stroke's starting to shorten up a little bit, but he's going to have done more than enough to swim another big PB of a 120.30 to knock off almost 5 seconds from his entry time and take out heat 1 of the boys' 12 years 100-metre butterfly.
I mean, they're just making these personal bests look like they come every day easily, but if we actually take a look at the stats on higher level and elite competitions, it's not always the case. It's a lot of the time people actually swim over their personal best. The nerves get to them, first races of the day, just the competition. You end up kind of going through that cycle of racing other people rather than racing your own swim. Not the case, not at all today. There's something in the water down here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre for our 2025 Mattioli 8 long course championships.
I think maybe we'll have to have a swim later and see if it rubs off on us. So Douglas Lee here in heat 2, out nice and strongly through that first 50 in a 33.49. So Douglas is putting into a fantastic performance here in heat 2. He had an entry time of 1:22.96, but as he moves through that 75-metre mark and is able to maintain his technique as he comes under that false start rope with 15 metres to go, he's looking on for a huge PB here. Now that the piano is starting to fall on his back a little bit, he's been doing a good job to maintain that kick in that last 15 metres.
He's so close.
That wall is vanishing away from him, but it doesn't matter as he takes off 8 seconds from his personal best in a 1:14.84.
I'd be quite happy with an 8-second personal best.
In a 100-metre event, definitely. So he was rewarded for getting out nice and fast. Yes, it started to hurt in the last 25 metres, but it should. He gave himself a chance and swam an absolutely amazing swim there.
I think it's something I talk to with my athletes. It's never not going to hurt, because the faster you get, you're just going to push it harder the next time. So it's always going to hurt that little bit, and you have to learn to tolerate that and enjoy it, really.
Yeah, and learn how to maintain your technique under fatigue as well. And that's really important. That's where the difference ends up being. It's not because the person who's the fastest doesn't hurt. No, they're able to maintain that technique under fatigue and then maintain their speeds because of that. So we've now moved on to our seeded heats here for the boys' 12 years 100-metre butterfly. And Rain Lee in lane 4 is getting out nice and fast in a 31.64 through this opening 50 ahead of Tali.
Really nice rhythm for Rain here. Sticking to that breathing every 2 pattern. Find a lot of the younger athletes really stick to that 1 up, 1 down. As they get a little bit older, a lot more opting for breathing every stroke. Once you've got a little bit more power and strength within your butterfly, you can hold that good body alignment, whereas when you're a bit younger, getting your head down for every second stroke helps realign. So Rain will take out heat 3, 108.24. Tali in second, 110.46. And it was Rahito who finished in third there, 112.30.
And you have to think about it, in your butterfly, the need to breathe every stroke might not be there. If you think about your freestyle, a lot of swimmers breathe somewhere between 2s and 4s in a lot of their races. So breathing every second stroke, you're still getting plenty of oxygen in, and that breathing technique is the hardest thing to get right in butterfly. So it makes sense to breathe every second stroke. So you're still going to get plenty of oxygen in, but being able to maintain that body position a little bit better.
Yes, that oxygen supply in the last 15 metres is fairly crucial.
So Evan, Alliston and Andrew are our centre lanes here, and they do lead through this opening 25. With Alliston just starting to work his way into the lead. Our swimmer from Singapore does turn first in a 32.40, but a fantastic turn from Evan in lane 3, and he's popped up in front.
Andrew Wang still in this race as well. He's starting to make a little bit of a shift, trying to come up alongside Alistair Ho here. And those three boys in the centre getting very, very close together as they come down under the flags. Looks like Evan might be just in front, timing onto the wall everything, and he gets the touch. 109.41. Alistair second, 109.65, and Andrew in third, 110.55.
As we now move on to our fifth and final heat of our boys' 12 years 100-metre butterfly. So we saw a number of these athletes swimming earlier in that 200-metre individual medley. So they're back again in this 100 butterfly. And that speed that showed in that 200 IM, that first 50 speed in that butterfly, is going to be quite similar here in this 100 butterfly, because you can probably afford to be slightly more aggressive in that 200 IM than other 200s because you're changing your stroke the whole time. And so that early speed that they showed, hopefully they replicate it here. And we're out nice and even across the field with Thomas just touching first in 32.00, and got a really strong turn and accelerated good in and out of that wall, landed on a full stroke so he can use that maximum momentum in and out of that wall to carry him through the 75-metre mark in the lead. So he's maintained his lead and extended his lead, and will take out this fifth and final heat of the boys' 12 years 100-metre butterfly in a nice time of 108.55, ahead of Harry and Lachlan in second and third. So a number of those boys under the 110 barrier in that final heat as we move along to event 58, the girls' 13 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 5 heats of the 100-metre butterfly for our 13-year-old girls. In the water now is heat 1. Once again, this is another event that Gemma Schlitt is our Victorian age record holder at a 101.51 set in 2011. And Ruby Moore in lane 4 will lead through the 50 in this opening heat, just ahead of Allegra with Lumi in third. So we're now starting to see athletes who are up to probably their 6th, 7th, 8th swim of the meet. And so it is very critical that what they're doing between their events to make sure they can maximise their recovery. That's both fueling and resting, and their active recovery with their swim downs, so that they can make sure that by the time they hit their 23rd swim on Wednesday, they're still right and raring to go. But Ruby has done a fantastic swim here in a 1:15.02. Kept that rhythm going throughout the 100 butterfly to set a new personal best time in heat 1 as we move now along to heat 2.
Yeah, so we'll just say it one more time to appease all of the coaches. Swim downs are so important after these races, especially if you've got multiple on in the same session. Getting out, speak to your coach quickly, have a little bit of something to eat, maybe rehydrate, and then hit that warm down pool to make sure you are prepared for your next race on the program.
I just had a message from someone who I used to swim with and coach a little bit, who's now over in America in her final year of college, and she sent me a message saying, "You're going to be so proud of me. I swam down. I'm the kind of person who swims down after my last event of the meet now." And I was like, yep, I knew you would one day you'd join it. It does make a difference. It makes every swim down is so vital as part of your recovery and your active recovery, and getting it done quickly and efficiently to get yourself set up and ready to go for that next event makes a massive difference. Yes, when we're a little bit younger, we can probably afford to avoid it and not realise after 1 or 2 swims. We might be able to fake our way through it, but as you start to get older and the more swims you have, the more important it becomes.
As the girls come down under the flags here, it will be Maggie Zhang, 1:12.29. She led start to finish. In second place, Madeline Regalado-Jones, 1:14.82. And then Jessica Campbell finishes third, 1:15.30. As the girls from Heat 3 are behind the blocks ready to go, we kick into our circle-seated heats.
Once again, a nice even start here in Heat 3. But through this first 25, Abby Mercer has kept the pressure on and just snuck out to a small little lead. Abby's another lovely racer, always a competitor, willing to give it a go. And is definitely setting out nice and strongly here in this first 50 as she turns just behind Nara, our visitor from Japan, through this first 50. So Nara has extended her lead over Abby to about a half a body length in this second 50. They're sort of timing their strokes up together, and Abby's actually starting to make a little bit of ground once more as she gets a sniff that she can catch her in this last 15 metres, and coming up right alongside her as they come into the wall together. It will be Nara who touches first in a 1:07.36, followed by Abby and Jade in third.
Yeah, you could just see on that second 50, although the girls, the timing of their stroke was almost the same, the distance per stroke that Abby was getting was just that little bit more each time, bring her up alongside. It wasn't quite enough, though, to take on Nara.
As we now move along to Heat 4. As we are in the 13-year-old girls age group, there are some of these girls who will be chasing their age national qualifying time of a 1:11.35. So we had 4 swimmers in that previous heat who are under that mark. That shows you're probably going to again need to be hitting that mark if you're looking for a spot in tonight's final. Natasha is out nice and strongly here and out the centre lanes. Our visitor from Kent Town. She turns first, ahead of Millie Charlton. And Mei Huang in lane 1. So Millie Charlton's now starting to challenge in this final 25. Again, using that good, powerful strokes to come right alongside Natasha. And it's all about going to be that timing on the wall. Who can time up their stroke so they can land on a full stroke to take out this heat. And it is Natasha in a 1:08.54 with Millie in second. And moving through in the second 50 for third was Chloe in lane 6. So another 3 swimmers under that 1:11 mark. So we move on to our 5th and final heat. As expected, Tiffany in lane 9 pops up in the lead.
I must say Henrietta in lane 4 also had a very nice start here, and She's pulling away pretty early on. A little bit higher stroke rate going in this first 50. We'll see how well she can maintain it. I know Taylor Miller in lane 3. She's a good 200-metre butterflyer from Melton Swimming Club, so she should hopefully have a little bit left in the tank on that second lap.
Yeah, across the years, Melton has produced a number of good 200 butterflies, so it's no surprise there. But Henrietta's doing a fantastic job and is continuing to extend her lead over Audriana in lane 5. As we move into the final 15 metres, that tempo is maintained throughout this 100. Maintaining her stroke length, keeping those hips up nice and high. She comes on the flags and takes out heat 5 in a 106.51. Ahead of Audriana and Taylor in third. We're now going to move on to event 59, the boys 13 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 5 heats, and heat 1 is in the water. So our Victorian age all-comers record was set in 2018 by Evan Chi from Nuttawading. It was, I reckon he probably finalled at Nationals across 3 different strokes and events.
Great IM swimmer, good backstroker as well.
And his breaststroke wasn't bad either.
Apparently his butterfly was pretty quick too.
Yeah. And Oliver Nash is our Victorian age group record holder at a 57.12. That was set in 2015. Here in heat 1, it is our Flyers swimmer Ethan who led through that first 50, and he's just continued to extend his lead here in heat 1 of the boys 13 years 100 butterfly in this second 50. He's doing a good job of maintaining his stroke length and coming into the wall to take out heat 1 in a nice time of 110.68. Yes.
Just a 6-second personal best.
Yes, 6 seconds.
Only 6. I'm almost disappointed. We had an 8 before.
And just in case you're wondering, Samuel, Austin and Michael also in personal bests as well. So do we get our treat?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just keeping a little tally going, and at the moment I can basically eat 17 blocks of chocolate.
So heat 2 is now in the water.
Very long underwater there by the swimmer in lane 6, Michael Yang. He really utilised that full 15 metres.
He's maintained that advantage he had through the 15-metre mark with Rex in lane 4, and those two are going stroke for stroke down this first 50 as they turn through in 32.2 for Rex and 32.4 for Michael. Really strong turn there from Rex, and he's extended his lead. Our swimmer from South Gippsland backs through the 75-metre mark, but now Michael is starting to respond as they move into this last 25. So Rex had gained a lead of almost half a body length, but Michael's responding, and Aaron is coming strong in lane 7 as well. Rex is trying to hold on as we come underneath the flags into the wall. It is going to be Michael in a 1:11.53 with Rex in second, and getting the touch for third was Aiden up in lane 1. Very close on the wall, with Michael just taking it out there in heat 2. As we move along to heat 3, the first of our seeded heats in our boys 13 years 100-metre butterfly. Nice strong underwaters from Christopher Lee from Surrey Park in lane 4, and he's capitalised on that to lead through the first 25 with Liam Joy in lane 6. So again, it's 4 and 6, our early leaders here in heat 3. And they touch the wall together in 30 point through that first 50. So you can see the standard has picked up from our earlier heats. Christopher's PB is a 105.35. So with that 30 point, he's given himself a good chance to swim under that. And Liam's definitely looking to swim faster than his 109 entry time. So looking for a nice couple of big PBs here as we've ended the last 10 metres. Christopher has extended his lead in this second 50 and coming into the wall to touch in a 104.18. Ahead of Liam in a huge PB of 105.66 with Kepler in third. So as we're entering those seeded heats, that 109.54 was our 10th seeded times based on our entry times. So we had 3 swimmers faster than that in our opening seeded heat. We'll see how our second of our seeded heats performs. Within lane 5, Ewan Stubbings getting off to a really good start, and now Aidan Ramos pulling up alongside him through that first 25. So Aidan has now taken the lead as he moves through the 50, nearly going sub 30 with a 30.07. So again, a little bit more speed than that heat before, and we'll look for Aidan to be able to maintain this speed in this second 50 with Ewan trying to go with him.
Yeah, Aidan came off the wall really nicely, had a good underwater, kind of pulled away from Ewan Stubbings a little bit, but in the swim element of this 100 fly, Ewan has come up right alongside him, really closed the gap. And once again, it's just coming down to that timing onto the finish. Ended up being quite close with Ewan stealing his hands onto the wall first. So 104.83 for Ewan, 104.87 for Aidan, and then Hantang finishes in third, 106.34.
Yeah, so definitely enough for those first 2 to qualify for tonight's final comfortably, and they'll have a rematch, and we'll hope it's just as tight tonight. As our final heat 5 is underway here for our 13-year-old boys 100-metre butterfly with Xavier Tay, our visitor from Aquatech Swimming, leading through the first 15 metres.
He's out to an absolute ripper of a start there.
He does have an entry time of 102.44, so it's no surprise that he's getting out with nice early speed, and will turn under that 29-second barrier in a 28.14 through that first 50.
And he's not slowing down anytime soon. He came off that wall, up straight into that fast stroke rate, good rhythm. He's doing breathing every stroke. Ishak Ismail trying to close the gap here. Getting dragged along a little bit by Xavier. It's going to be good for their times in tonight's final to have someone pushing through that first 50 so quickly. Xavier there, 101.03, Ishak 103.42, and then Cooper Scott finishes in third, 106.44.
So we're now going to move along to event 60, the girls' 15 years 200-metre individual medley. We have 3 heats.
Looked like a really nice quick reaction there from Caitlin Ord in lane 5. She's up and racing swiftly. Mia Bates went out well with her.
We know Mia likes to maintain the speed. She's a good 200 butterfly as well. So if she can get out nice and fast, you'd think she'll be able to maintain it through this second 50. And she has started out nice and aggressively in this opening 50, turning through in a 31.36 with Caitlin in second and Zali in third. So now we're onto that backstroke leg. So this is where we start to see who's the strongest backstroker. And clearly Zali's making a move from the 200 butterfly of Mia. You need to work to your strengths in the 200 IM. And Zali, just like we were talking about earlier, that tempo she has, so consistent, nice, high, relaxed tempo. As she makes her back to breast turn in the lead, followed by Mia and Caitlin in third. Now, Caitlin's a nice, strong breaststroker, so expect Caitlin to make some ground up on Zali, with Mia's breaststroke probably being her weakest stroke, so her challenge will be to see if she can stay with those two girls through this breaststroke leg. Claudia in lane 2 is starting to creep up on Mia Bates in 3 with a nice strong breaststroke leg. Zali has maintained her lead, but Caitlin did cut into it through that breaststroke leg, gaining about half a second as we move into our freestyle. And it is going to be Zali who re-extends her lead once we've gone into that freestyle, out to almost a 2-body length advantage.
Such a great 200 freestyler. You really do always expect her to come home strong. Fierce competitor as well. So you know if it's going to be a close race, she's not going to give in. And she'll finish off there just under that 2:30 mark. So Zali 2:29.21 ahead of Caitlin Ord 2:32.49, and Mia Bates finishes in third 2:33.97.
So we're now going to move on to heat 2. This is another one of our Victorian age group records that is held by Tara Kinder at 2:14.66, set in 2019. So strong start down in lane 8 from Lara Landels from Traralgon, using a strong butterfly to her advantage. Emerson Hogan, from Ivanhoe lane 5, moving into second place through this first 50.
You can really kind of start to see these athletes' strengths shine in this race. Jessie Steinman, great backstroker. We'll see her make a little bit of a move through this 50. And then keep an eye on likes of lane 7, Memphis Johnson, great 100-metre breaststroker, as is Grace Dobie in lane 3. So those girls probably going to have that little bit of an advantage coming into the third 50.
And Jessie popped up straight away in that backstroke leg. Didn't waste a stroke. Worked good underwaters, popped up with good speed and moved straight into the lead and extended it with a 37.18.50 there in the backstroke.
So we look at the splits across the board. She's about 2 seconds quicker than the other girls in the field just in that backstroke leg.
And she's not a bad breaststroker, so it's going to be tough for anyone to make any ground on her in this breaststroke leg. But Grace has now moved into second place, using her strong breaststroke leg to try and just hold on to Jessie. Not so much gain ground on Jessie, just maintain that distance to her. With Lisa Shee, our visitor in lane 6, moving into third. So Grace was able to reduce the margin to Jessie in that breaststroke down to under a body length, and now they're doing a little bit of stare at each other game.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a cat and mouse type situation here. Jessie doesn't look like she's putting in an awful lot of effort. When Grace has just pulled up alongside, she's just added in a few quicker arm strokes. And those two are just going to
sprint for the last 15 metres to make sure they get their hand on the wall first.
Yes, exactly right. Grace gets it. 2:28.67, just ahead of Jessie. 2:28.72. And Emerson finishes in third there, just holding off Lisa Shee in a time of 2:31.21.
Yeah, so we had 4 athletes faster than the second fastest athlete in the opening heat. So they were probably pretty confident, both Jessie and Grace, that they'd done enough through that first 150 to feel pretty confident. And then move on to our third and final heat of our girls' 15 years 200 metre individual medley. So it's Chloe Burke in lane 6 and Lucy Doyle in lane 5 that lead through this butterfly leg. And Celeste Chang in lane 7 also going well. So it's this side of the pool where the action is happening in the butterfly as we move on to our backstroke leg. So they've seen the times of the opening 2 heats. Those who are chasing a national qualifying time in our 15-year-old girls age group, it's 2:30.55. So we've had 3 athletes so far in our opening 2 heats swim under that time. It's quite a strong national qualifying time, needing to go sort of into that 2:29 range. So it will be Lucy who does lead through the 100 in a 1:09 ahead of Chloe. We'll see on in third. Expect her to make a move in this breaststroke leg. She's already making a difference in this opening 15 metres of breaststroke. So it did take to the 25 metre mark, but she has now moved ahead as she's using that good length of stroke she has, squeezing those legs together, driving tall and tight between each stroke. And by the end of this 50, she's going to go from a body length and a half behind to a body length and a half ahead as we move into our freestyle.
The power of the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, it's a 41.09 split there. Really strong 50 of breaststroke in our 15-year-old age group there. And she's not holding back in this freestyle, keeping those legs nice and strong, but most importantly, that's length of stroke in the 200 IM. 200 IM's freestyle is often not particularly pretty, but she's doing a great job of maintaining that nice stroke length. She comes into touch and take heat 3 out in 2:25.00. With Lucy in second and Chloe in third. Those 3 girls are all safely through to the final tonight.
Actually had a draw for 4th in this heat, so curious to see where they end up in the placings.
They're not going to be in the final, but whether they're 12th and swim off for a second reserve, potentially.
I would love to see a 200 IM swim off.
I think that's what you call a game of chicken, who scratches the swim off first if you're swimming off for 12th. So we're moving now to event 61, the boys 15 years 200 metre freestyle. We have 5 heats. So this is another one of our Victorian age records that's held by Nick Gromwald at 2:05.17, set in 2013. A Victorian all-comers age record set by William Petrick at 2:06.37. at state championships in 2019. So Will is going to be in attendance at NTAC later in this week, signing some autographs. We might have to try and invite him down onto the live stream and have a bit of a chat with him when he comes in. Our live stream here is both on KO Freebies and Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel. Great to be on both platforms so that both our local and international viewers can watch us from wherever they are in the world.
So it was Steve Hansen in lane 5 who led us around at the 100-metre turn, backstroke into the breaststroke leg. He'll turn in a 105.73. Following him through was Jara Tagal in lane 6 in a 108.82. We're just starting to see, though, those breaststrokers. Dax has put the absolute burners on in this 50. He was about 4 seconds behind Jara coming into this leg and has moved himself up into second.
Yeah, that's the power of that breaststroke leg. The longest, slowest leg, and a really strong 38.9. That's moving for your breaststroke leg. It moves him into second place. Steve is maintaining his lead. Our visitor from Launceston. And has maintained that lead in the freestyle with a nice, strong freestyle leg coming into touch and take out heat 1 in a 2:21.67. Just taking off a lazy 10 seconds. And in case you're wondering, the whole heat swam personal bests. Moving along to heat 2. Our boys, 15 years, 200-metre individual medley. Underway here in heat 2 of our boys 15 years 200-metre individual medley. Swimming Victoria is proud to announce a new partnership with Beyond Bank. So Beyond Bank will see financial wellbeing and scam wellness webinars delivered to our swimming community to help increase financial education within our young members. Beyond Bank understands the community matters to clubs and members, and they're looking forward to supporting and helping grow the swimming community. So we thank Beyond Bank for their partnership with Swimming Victoria to see financial wellbeing and scam awareness webinars delivered to our members. And strong start over in lane 1 from William Mattioli James.
Very spread out across this field as we come into the backstroke to breaststroke turn. All those outside lanes doing really well early on.
And while he was caught in that backstroke leg, he's now extended his lead again in that breaststroke, getting good distance out of his stroke, William, in this breaststroke leg. He's almost got a body length lead over Samuel, who had turned first at the 100.
So William, one of our visiting athletes from the Hobart Aquatic Club. Our cousins down in Tasmania.
And he's not giving this up in this last 25 metres. Nice, strong kick, keeping that arm tempo up nice and high. Samuel's fighting, trying to go with him, but it will be William who takes heat 2 out in a time of 2:22.29. Samuel in second. Both absolutely annihilating their personal bests, as well as half the rest of the heat.
And every other person that's raced today.
As we now move along to heat 3, the first of our seeded heats in the boys' 15 years 200 metre individual medley. So we saw Osbert earlier with a fantastic underwater off the start. So we look to see our visitor from Phoenix Aquatic do the same thing here in the 200 IM. Also great to see a number of our athletes in their funky trunks. And also the swim merch for the Victorian 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Both funky trunks and the swim merchandise is available to purchase for those who are in attendance at this event. And Swim Victoria does thank them for their partnership at these events.
So it was Lewis G over in lane 3. Nana Wadding got off that block really, really well into this butterfly leg. We should expect to see him out fairly quickly. Really nice flyer, great backstroke leg as well, and then probably see a little bit of a creep up on him on the breaststroke.
So out nice and fast in a 28.12, and using a strong underwater again in that backstroke leg to hold his lead over Osbert, who's now starting to challenge through the swimming portion of the backstroke leg. So they're going stroke for stroke halfway down the backstroke leg, with Milo Dressel de Bruin sitting in third place. So Osbert's now moved into the lead as we approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn here in heat 3 of the boys' 15 years 200 metre individual medley. Turns through first in a 102.54 ahead of Lewis, with Milo holding down third. So this is where we'll see probably the most changes on the leaderboard as our stronger breaststrokers look to try and make a move. Osbert's continued to extend his lead over Lewis, but Milo has now moved into second place and is gaining a little bit of ground on Osbert through this breaststroke leg, with Jethro coming even stronger in lane 6. So it is Jethro has had the fastest breaststroke split of a 39.19 to move into third place, but it is all Osbert who is going to comfortably win heat 3 of the boys' 15 years 200 metre individual medley. Got 15 metres to go. His legs are going nice and strong, and he's accelerating into the wall and looking to set a nice time here of a 2:15.04. Nice battle for second, with Jethro getting the touch and Milo Dressel de Bruin in third.
So sitting around that 218, 219 zone there. So we look to the next two heats to see what they can do.
And you would think, yeah, under that 220, you're going to need to feel comfortable. But based on how these heats are going, you never know what comfortable is.
I think for our Victorian athletes, something they could be looking to is there are quite a lot of visitors in this event swimming out of those centre lanes. You've got Declan Broadfoot in lane 4 in heat 4, and then in heat 5 our lane 4 and 5 are also both visitors. So just the 2 visitors through to the final tonight. 8 spots for Victorian athletes for our finals of state championships for age groupers. As Harrison Main takes us out there, 27.45.
They're using that good butterfly speed he has. And now Declan has taken over the lead in this backstroke leg. The tempo that Declan's able to maintain, that nice fast arms, still working those legs, but he's got nice high turnover. Harrison's actually starting to come back at him in this second 25 of the backstroke leg, and they're going to go to the backstroke to breaststroke turn together.
He was a little bit quicker getting over there. He had his feet on the wall fairly fast, and you've seen that translate into this breaststroke. He's come out about half a body length ahead just off the transition there. And
once again, Declan is having to chase him down and is slowly making some ground through that first 25 of the breaststroke leg. He's got back to his shoulders, but Harrison seems to have found his rhythm in this second 25 of breaststroke, and that's as close as Declan got. And now it's starting to extend out a little bit as Declan's stroke rate just dropped a little bit in the second 25 of breaststroke. With Harrison leading at that 150-metre turn after a nice fast 39.2 breaststroke split as they race back down the pool in this freestyle leg. Harrison looks pretty comfortable, maintaining that half body length lead that he built in that breaststroke leg. Declan's trying to challenge him again, but Harrison will take out heat 4 of the boys, 15 years, 200-metre breaststroke in a 2:13.21, ahead of Declan with Brody in third.
It's a pretty quick heat there for the 200 IM. And we've still got 1 to go, so see what the boys in heat 5 can muster up here.
Yeah, so there was 5 athletes in that heat under the Australian age qualifying time. So our Japanese visitor in lane 4 is the only person with an entry time under that 2:10 mark. So expect him to look to just assert his dominance during this race. Where he plans to place it, you're not quite sure, as Luca Brown takes out this first 50 in a 27.03. So good early speed from Luca Brown, as we expect. So as our 3 centre lanes who lead through the first 25 of backstroke, with Oscar Dinwall slightly ahead of Rikuto, and Luca maintaining his touch of those top 2 and he's actually had a really good second 25 of the backstroke, carrying that speed into the wall nicely, and we'll see who pops up in the lead through that split stroke, and it was Oscar who had the best of the turns out of those 3 leaders.
But they went in so close together, and it really shows that split stroke, the groundwork into the breaststroke, and he's maintained that momentum off the wall. Rikuto's trying to close the gap, but Oscar Dingwall's actually looking really nice, got that long glide going on here.
Yeah, the distance he's getting out of each stroke is really good, and he's just getting it 5 extra centimetres out of each stroke. A nice 38.3 leg as he turns into the freestyle. They both bring their legs in nice and strong. So Oscar had an entry time of a 2:16, so almost a 7-second slower entry time than Rikuto, but he's trying to hold on to him in this last 15 metres. But Rikuto is starting to come nice and strong. They've upped their kick rate, their arm strokes as they come underneath the flags and go to the wall. It is Oscar who touches first in 2:12, 2:5, Rikuto in second and Luca in third. Another 4 swimmers under that age national qualifying time in that heat. As we are going to now move to event 63, which is our boys at 17-18 400 metre individual medley. Now, 400 individual medleys are time final, with the fastest heat being swum in the final session. So it will just be the one heat this morning for our 3 athletes here in heat 1. So we have Liam from Cheltenham in lane 3, his teammate Dylan in lane 4, and Jake in lane 5 from Laverton Wyndham. So the 17, 18-year-old boys have different age national qualifying times. So for our 17-year-old athletes, we're looking at a 4:54.34. And that's for Jake. For our 18-year-olds, which is for Liam and Dylan, a 4:51.18. All 3 of these boys' first challenge was see if they can crack that 5-minute barrier, which they're all getting close to on their entry times. So through this first 100 of butterfly, it's all about getting out nice and fast, but staying relaxed and smooth. Trying to feel as though you get to the end of the butterfly without having exerted any energy, but at a nice speed. Sounds easy.
Simple.
And Jake does lead through the butterfly in a 1:05.64, and he's used a good turn to pop up and extend his lead over Dylan at the start of the backstroke leg.
I think something we often talk about with our 400 IM swimmers is trying to almost negative split every 100 mentally, and that way you're going to be really close to trying to make those splits actually consistent. That extra energy required to maintain speed on the second 50 becomes really, really important.
Yeah, so the only stroke that's not going to be possible, obviously, is the butterfly with that dive and the extra advantage you get. But you still need to feel like you're accelerating into that backstroke, and then popping up with speed at the start of the backstroke leg, and then when you hit that turn at the other end, re-accelerate in our backstroke leg. And Liam's done a really good job in continuing to build in this backstroke leg, in his move from third at the end of the butterfly into the lead through the backstroke, and has pulled out to a 5-metre lead over both Jake and Dylan at the end of this backstroke leg.
This is what I love about medley swimming. You can change every lap. It can change between the strokes. It can change within the lap. And it can happen so quickly. You know, all it takes is you to have one amazing leg and you've gone from 5 metres behind to 5 metres in front.
So Liam has a nice strong lead here in the breaststroke, but Jake probably has a slightly faster tempo here in the opening 25. So if Jake can continue with this high tempo, he's going to maintain the distance between himself and Liam and maybe start to make a little bit of an inroad through this second 50 of breaststroke. Because what often happens is you can in a 400 IM, you might be able to fake your way through the first 50 of the stroke, but through that second 50 is the really challenging part to maintain that speed. So Liam is still in the lead, but it's not quite as large as it was at the end of the backstroke. But he is getting good distance out of each stroke, really working, stretching long and tall. So hopefully that will allow him to almost feel relaxed in his breaststrokes. Then when he goes into this freestyle leg, he'll be able to re-accelerate. As Jake Hinkinson has caught up in this breaststroke leg and it's cut the margin to just 2 seconds as they turn for their freestyle. Now the temptation in this first 50 is to sort of just slowly relax your way into it and then sprint the last 50, but you have to try and go right from that first push off, first dolphin kick, accelerate through the surface and attack the freestyle leg right from the start. And Jake is doing a good job there. He's come up alongside Liam.
We look like we're going to have a pretty good race on our hands into this final 50 of the men's 17-18 years 400-metre individual medley. Really nice underwater there from Jake Hinkson. Stayed under a lot longer, a few extra butterfly kicks. And that might have just shifted him slightly ahead of Liam Donnellan there.
He's keeping that high tempo up. And they're both now starting to try to bring those legs in, which is really challenging in the last 25 of 400 IM. But Jake does look like he's just creeping ahead of Liam. And he's going to take this first of our time funnels out in a 5:02.05. So that will be the time to beat for our swimmers in this boys 17-18 400-metre individual medley who are competing in the faster of our time finals heat this evening. As we now move along to event 64, the girls 14 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 8 heats of our girls 14 years 100-metre freestyle. In the water is heat 1. Our Victorian record was set back in 2006 by Elise Zaluski at a 56.37. Elise went on to university in America and represented the University of Florida. And she was at the university at the same time as Elizabeth Beisel was at the University of Florida, who was the former world record holder in the 400-metre individual medley. And if you've been watching the World Short Course Swimming Championships, you may have seen Elizabeth Beisel doing some pool deck interviews with some of those athletes post-world record performances. She's virtually the only non-Australian on that commentary team. The pool deck announcer is an Australian, and both obviously Bobby Hurley and Mike McCann, who are doing the commentary, are both Australian.
As the girls in heat 1 here come down to touch, it will be Isabel Corrado. 105.92. Second will be Taryn Aldred. 106.66. And then Romina finishes in third there from heat 1 of 8 heats of our 14-year-old girls 100-metre freestyle. A lot of these youngsters having a crack at the one of our golden events, some might say, the 100 freestyle.
I think the 100 freestyle does. Anyone who has the qualifying time will enter it, whereas not all the other events are like that. But it's good to see all our athletes giving it a crack. And really strong start from Evelyn Shelby in lane 8. And she leads through the first 15 metres and has held that lead through the 25. She's being nice and aggressive and getting out after this. Mika in lane 6 is trying to go with her. So we'll see on these opening heats that the winners can come from any lanes, as their entry times across the field are separated by less than half a second. And so Evelyn does lead through in a 30.40. And that is good early speed here in our 14-year-old girls 100 freestyle. So Evelyn is now trying to hold off the charge from Zoe Skepper in lane 1. And Zoe has now moved into the lead. Mika moving into second place. So we come underneath the flags. Is it Mika or is it going to be Zoe here in heat 2? And it is Mika who takes it out in a 104.52 with Zoe in second and Ariana in third.
She just got that final arm stroke over that little bit faster. That final stroke, you don't want it to disrupt your technique, But if you can just throw it onto the wall a little bit more aggressively, you're going to obviously have an advantage there on the finish.
We now move along to heat 3.
So all the girls in heat 3 sitting around that 106 mark.
Yeah, all within 0.4 of a second on those entry times. So again, it's going to be a nice tight heat.
We're looking to continue with the theme of this morning's heat session, personal best, personal best, personal best.
So Nicole Lee in lane 3 will lead through this first 50 metres in 31.34. So not quite as fast as that previous heat. We'll see how they return on the way back, seeing if they can pick up that little bit of ground they've given away in that first 50 compared to the previous heat. And Nicole still maintains her lead, with Maeve moving into second in lane 1. Now Maeve has taken over the lead with 15 metres to go, really using a strong kick as we move into the final 10 metres. It is going to be Maeve who's going to take out heat 3 here with a good swim of a 1:04.78, ahead of Nicole and Priscilla in third.
Maeve just skipping over 105. Don't worry about that. Straight down to 104s.
105 sound boring, so
Yeah.
don't want to hang out in that zone. As we now move along to heat 4. Really strong start from Hannah Buchanan in lane 5. And she's held that lead that she gained through those underwaters through the first 35 metres. Sophie Barkey's trying to go with her in lane 4, and Abby Miller in lane 6. Rebecca Barclay's not letting them get away either. So we're down into 30 points again with Hannah in this first 50. And those 4 centre lanes are going to be battling it out. Hannah's not giving up that lead easily. Rebecca Barclay is trying to challenge her in lane 3. As we move into our final 15 metres, it is still Hannah Buchanan who is leading, just ahead of Rebecca. Also swimming well down in lane 9 is Lily Goodman, but it does look like that it's a battle between Rebecca and Hannah under the flags, and Hannah takes it out in a 1:04.42 ahead of Rebecca and Abby in third. We now move along to heat 5.
As this heat's about to get underway, I just want to make a mention. Caitlin Hassler, who's missing from lane 2, she actually had to go in and have her appendix removed about 2 days ago. So she's in recovery. We wish you all the best. Feel better. Not the best and most ideal scenario. So we're such a tight-knit community. It is sad to be missing some of our athletes for reasons like that at these championships. So I hope you're doing really well, Caitlin, as the girls in heat 5 make their way into the 50-metre turn. And it's a quick start from Phoebe Scarf in lane 5. She's out in a 29.91, so really setting herself up in this 100 freestyle for a nice personal best.
We saw her get out nice and fast in the 100 backstroke heats yesterday. She looks like she's maintaining the pressure here and continuing to lead through the 75-metre mark. Those legs are going nice and strong. The other girls are trying to challenge her, but she's not letting them back into this race. So she got the last 15 metres, keeping that kick nice and strong. Let's see her get her head down from the flags and taking out heat 5 in a 1:02.59. Great swim there from Phoebe. And we're starting to get close to that age qualifying time for nationals, which is a 1:02.02. So we're seeing our first 1:02 now as we move into our seeded heats, with heat 6 on the block.
lot in it early on in heat 6 here. Azia Fong-Sutton in lane 3 might just have a little bit of an advantage as they come down under the flags. Jasmine Link also up there as they hit the wall. It will be ZZ, 29.08, so she's almost cracked into the 28s in that first lap.
And it's now really bringing those legs in, and she's accelerated and extended through that third 25. And it's almost out to a body length lead over Zara, Jasmine and Phoebe. So that battle for second is nice and tight, with Allegra over in lane 1 also contending for that second and third position.
And there's our first 59, 59.99. Do it with style. Well done, ZZ. Big smile from her. She's happy with that heat swim. Taking out second there was Phoebe Balcom from Terrelgan, 101.
So a number of 101s there, so it's going to be in that range, you would have think, to make the final tonight.
If you can see that 59 on the board, you're definitely going to be safe by the looks. And even to crack a 100 here this morning is going to be super helpful.
Joanna Lowe in lane 2, off to a traditionally fast start. Now moving through in lane 4 is Octavia Mahoney. Yeah, Octavia's putting in a really good second 25 of this opening 50. She's going to lead through in a nice swift 28.71. So she's given herself a chance to challenge that minute mark off that opening 50.
Got a really nice high stroke rate from Octavia and real aggression onto the turns. Flicks those feet over super swiftly.
She's maintaining that half body length lead over Joanna and Zara, who are battling nice and tight for second in lane 2 and 3. Here's Octavia, who takes this heat out in a 1:00.22, with Joanne in second and Zara in third.
And another pile of those 101s, so it's going to be a tough one to make the final in. If you are sitting around that 101 mark, you want to definitely be on the lower end of it.
As we move on to our 8th and final heat of our girls' 14 years 100-metre freestyle. Again, Kira Jeff's off to a really good start. She always has those strong underwaters, and using them to her advantage, just sneak out ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the field. She is the only athlete that had an entry time under the minute with a 58.27. So we'll see how fast she swims this morning. Erika going with her in lane 5, as well as Madeline in lane 6.
Really nice underwater there from Madeline Harvey. She stayed below the surface quite a bit longer than the other girls in this race.
So Kira holding on to that slight lead that she's had right from the start, and slowly she's extending it as we come underneath the flags with 5 metres to go, and she is going to take out this 8th and final heat in a 59.14, also under the minute, as Erika with Madeline in third. So we're now moved on to event 65, the boys' 14 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 7 heats of this event. Heat 1 is now in the water. Our Victorian record, an all-comers record, stands at a 52.45, set in 2010 by Alexander Graham. Alexander Graham has recently retired from swimming after being on Australian teams for about 8 years. And the good news is, I'm pretty sure Alexander's moving back to Victoria after he spent the last 5 or 6 years up in Queensland. So here in heat 1, in lane 6, it is Hayden Wilson who is trying to challenge on his outside Marcus Fraser, Hunt Smith and Jesse Pratt, who has come on really strongly in this second 50. But is it going to be Benjamin in lane 5? No, it is Jesse Pratt, 1:00.45. Continuing the feed of our early heats, setting nice fast times. Jesse taking almost 2 seconds off his entry time. As we move along to heat 2. Nice even start across the field. Will Morrison, while not the fastest underwater, has definitely popped up through the first 25 in the lead, with Shareth in lane 4. Also swimming well is Cade and Callum in lane 8 and 9. So through this opening 50, it's James Lane over in lane 0. So it's anyone's game in this 100 freestyle heat 2, and the outside lanes do have it at the moment, with James leading through that 75 metre mark, but Suresh and William in the centre of the pool are now trying to reel him in with 15 metres to go. Will Morrison has now moved into the lead in the last 15 metres, and it does look like he's going to come in and take out heat 2, and ooh, so close to cracking the minute barrier at 1:00.22.
And a big happy birthday to William Morrison.
Exactly. Would have been a nice birthday swim to be under the minute, but...
I'll take a win from heat 2.
And a 2.5 PB.
Pretty good gift. That extra year older, a little bit faster.
So moving along to heat 3 now. Again, expect the racing to be nice and tight in these opening heats. All our swimmers here are 1:01.3s to 1:01.5. So the action is going to be tight and fantastically even through this first 50, with Alex in lane 6 just marginally leading through that first 50 in a 28.10. So again, that's giving himself a chance to break that minute mark. 28 lows is sort of the slowest you can get out if you want him to try and break the minute mark, and he's kept those legs going very strongly. Our visitor from Friends Swimming in this second 50, and he's kept the margin over his rivals, coming under the flags and well and truly under the minute in 58.91, ahead of Freddie in second and Hamish in third. All three of those swimmers sub-minute.
A nice little celebration at the end too.
As we're already hitting the sub-minute barrier, it's a good time to mention that our age national qualifying time in this event is a 58.10. So we'll see how many of our athletes can go under that mark over the remaining 4 heats. Again, Harold Zoo starting off really strongly, as he has in a number of his races at this meet. Does use those underwaters nicely, stays under just a little bit longer than some of his competition, with Rick in lane 4 popping up a little bit earlier than him, but Harold worked those underwaters, held those dolphin kicks and used that advantage to turn through the first 50 in a 27.41. Let's see how fast he can come home. As he, again, all these heat are looking to challenge that minute mark for the first time. With that early speed that Harold showed, he's definitely a chance. With 15 metres to go, he's holding off Wackham on his outside, who's had a really strong second 50 to move from 4th into 2nd place as they go to the wall together. And it is Harold who takes the heat win in a 58.35, ahead of Wacom in second and Oscar in third. As we now underway in heat 5. The first of our seeded heats of our boys 14 years 100-metre freestyle.
Some more good starts from the outside lanes. Harvey Lee was right up there in that first 15-20 metres, taking it out strong, but here come that centre of the pool. Isaias Mika there in lane 4, 26.62. So that's the calibre that we are looking at now as we hit those seeded heats.
And he's just kept those legs going in this second 50. Ko is trying to go with him, as well as Alfie. And those two are battling nice and tight for second in this heat. But Isaiah will take it out in a swift 55.87. Alpha getting the touch for second and Ko in third. With 7 athletes under the minute mark in that heat. As we move along to heat 6. Leo Nolan making the most of the underwaters, coming up closest to the 15-metre mark, but Liam Paulson now leading through that 25. Liam's got a really, really strong kick on him, a nice high tempo, and is pulled out clear of the rest of the field. He does have an entry time over 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field, so you expect him to show his class. He's doing that in the first 50 with a 26.43.
Had a fantastic night of finals last night, Liam, and he's just maintaining that momentum through this morning's heats as well. Sitting just behind him is Harry McCraw from Melbourne Swimming Club, and then it's pretty tight between William Cow and Leo Nolan for that third place spot, but it looks like Will grab it. So Liam there, 55.28, Harry 56.79, and William 57.75. Which brings us to our 7th and final heat of the boys. Jacob Riches in lane 4, his entry time of 55.57, very similar to what we've seen take out the last 2 heats, so we'll see what he can do this morning. I say this morning at 1:38 in the afternoon.
But it has absolutely flown by this morning's session because of the great standard of swimming that we've had from every age group. Every heat that's been in the water has really been setting the world on fire as Jacob absolutely flies down this first 50. Just keeping that smooth tempo going with a really strong kick. So turns through in 27.01, so not quite as fast as the heats before him. With Douglas sitting in second and Hugo Carson over in lane 0 in third through that first 50. But it's anyone's go for the minor places here. Jacob is looking nice and comfy out in front, but it's all about getting your hand on the wall for second, third or fourth, because that could determine if you make tonight's final. So Jacob is going to come take out this heat in a nice time of 56.37. With Douglas in second, Julian in third. 4th place under that 57-second barrier as well. And 5th with 6th place not far behind. So that is going to be a hot final tonight.
A lot of those boys are real racers as well. So when you actually put those top guys in a heat next to each other, it gets very, very intense, very competitive. So I'm looking forward to seeing what those guys can do later on this evening.
So we're now moving on to event 67, our boys 16 years 400 metre individual medley. A reminder, our 400 metre individual medleys are time finals, so the fastest heat will be swum tonight. We have 2 heats, one this morning, one tonight. So underway here in heat 1. So this is the second 400 individual medley we have seen so far at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And a lot of these boys, again, will be trying to challenge that 5-minute barrier. And an extra bonus if you get under that for our 16-year-old boys is that's going to be hitting the national qualifying time, which is 5:00.12. This is another one of our Victorian age group records that is set by our Paris Olympian, William Petrick, at a 4:23.38. So as we move through the butterfly leg, it's Kanan Power who will finish the butterfly portion of the event in a 1:05.86. And he's straight into a strong backstroke leg. He's getting that stroke rate up nice and high, which I love to see in a 400 IM. It's oftenly, in a 200 IM, it's not that hard after 50 metres of butterfly to sort of race into your backstroke. But a 400 IM, 100 metres of butterfly is quite tiring. And although we're trying to get through as relaxed and as fast as possible in a 400 IM, the temptation is just those first couple of strokes to be a little bit slower. But he popped up with good speed and maximised what the work he'd done in that butterfly to extend his lead at the start of the backstroke leg. So again, his tempo hasn't changed through this 75-metre mark of the backstroke portion of this 400 IM for our 16-year-old boys.
He's really keeping the pressure on. It's nice to see. Hopefully he can maintain that momentum coming into this turn and through the breaststroke. 2 laps of breaststroke in a 400 IM. It is pretty grueling by that point. You're feeling that burn start to set in your legs, particularly around your shins. They can start to really, really turn to fire down that second 50.
Again, he came out of the turn, Kanan, nice and strongly. Josiah's starting to make a little bit of a move in this breaststroke leg, but he's struggling to get closer than that body length that Kanan established in the butterfly and off that wall from butterfly to backstroke turn. So they're both keeping that stroke nice and long. We'll see if they can up their tempo a little bit in this second 50 of breaststroke.
Curious to see the splits here. So Kynan 45.50 and Josiah just that little bit quicker, like you were saying, 45.05.
Now the challenge here is to try and get those hips up a little bit higher. Both boys are sitting a tiny little bit low if we're being ultra critical in this second 50 of their breaststrokes. They really want to try and making sure when they're driving forward, stretching forward, getting those eyes down towards the bottom of the pool so those hips and feet can pop up to minimise that resistance.
You do not want to be carrying any excess water on your back. Coming into this freestyle leg, you want to have as much energy left as possible.
So he's led from the start and he continues to lead into that freestyle leg. A 44.6. That second 50 of breaststroke was able to extend his lead, and they've both come off the wall with nice strong legs, which I love to see. So they've attacked this 100 freestyle right from the start.
They've really given themselves a great chance of going into that sub 5 minute range. Kynan just has to come back in around a 1:10, so we'll see how this first 50 of freestyle goes, if he's still on track. It's definitely not an unachievable goal.
This last 100 of freestyle in a 400 IM is one of the most painful things you'll ever do, but both of them have started in that good speed, getting that 34 seconds first 50, and they need to really fight to the wall now. Keep those legs going.
keep that stroke rate up nice and high. Quick breath, eyes back down. Work those legs. Keep that arms turning over.
I just felt like I was actually swimming the race then, Nick. That is exactly the internal monologue that will be going through these guys' heads right now as they come down under the flags. It looks like they are going to get Lukainen in particular 4:57.36. He'll take out heat 1 here, and then Josiah in second, 4:58.77. Marley Sutherland finishes off in third, 5:05.24. So we'll keep an eye on the results in that timed final from tonight.
A great job from those first two, Kynan and Josiah, under 5 minutes and hitting their national age qualifying time to conclude the morning's heat session here on day 2 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. It was a great morning of swimming.
It was a fantastic morning, full of personal bests, and we've really set ourselves up to see some good races this evening.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this evening's session, and we look forward to you guys tuning back in at 5:30 tonight on KO Freebies or the Swim Victoria YouTube channel, and we'll see if we can continue with those run of PBs that we had from this morning.
Looking forward to it. Thanks so much.
We'll see you later.